It is. And let me see if I'm over here live somewhere. I believe I am. So welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. As always, I am your host, Fearless Floyd. And I know you're going like, dude, you're all decked out. What the hell happened? You fall in the bathtub? Right? Yeah, you know what today is. Right. Let's see. There we go. That's muted, so that's perfect. All right. I am rocking and rolling. Awesome. Well, welcome to the show. Like I said, today was picture day. So I had to go take pictures. And I know you're like, all I've had to just walk in, sit down, crank this thing up. So I did go get my photograph taken. Here, let me show you what they look like. Ta-da! That's my new passport photo. I'm not playing. So get this stuff off. All right. Monkey suits, right? Okay. Excuse me, let me get myself together here. All right, I'm rocking and rolling. Got a good show for you today. We have Ann LaFleur coming on at 1 o'clock. We have Arica Kildae coming on at 2. And I have Glenn Fearn coming on at 3 o'clock. So I need to send everybody their links. So let me get that out of the way. He wants his emailed. Let me take care of little background stuff. You know, I always have imposters. Oh, here you are. Just talk around that. Hey, man.
That's a long shower.
I fucking totally forgot, man. Today's picture day.
That's picture day.
Picture day. Passport picture day.
Okay.
So that's what's going on. Pardon me? Oh, okay. All right. You know, I'm doing the show right now, right? You know, I'm doing the show right now, right?
Is it that? It's 11 o'clock. I forgot time zone.
Ain't no biggie.
But I'm going to send a request to you. I'm still building certain things. And I'm asking all the people that I support, I'm going to say, hey, short bio with all your information so I can put it on the website.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I need to talk to you anyway. I've got some, huge news for you.
Okay.
For the inner circle.
I tried to call the guy we talked to the other day, and he didn't answer. So I don't have no other way to get in touch with him. I left him a voicemail.
The other guy?
Yeah, you called me the other day, and the Brunson fellow.
Oh, okay. You don't have his number?
Yeah, I tried calling it. I left him a voicemail. It's his house phone. You can't send a text.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he said he never answers that phone.
I know. Trust me, I called. I was in Salt Lake just 20 minutes away from it.
Oh,
for 2 days.
Right. Yeah, man. I told you this is divine intervention, brother. I don't know any other way to explain it.
So, but I will let you go so you can get to your show.
Okay. I'm just sending out links to my guests right now.
And call me when the show. See, 5 o'clock Central. Yeah. Call me when the show's over, and you can tell me what you want to tell me.
Yeah, if I don't get tied up, call me back. Because what I'll probably want to do is a Zoom. I had one last night with my national group. And then I'd like to have one with all my privateer group. And that's like Wesley, Eon, all of them. You know who they are. Yeah, Eric, everybody. Every Keith, Little, Derek Gonzalez, all the big players. I've got, if this is what it's portrayed to be, game changer.
Well, it's what I've been talking about. Well,
yeah.
It's somewhat mostly reputable.
Right. Yeah. And I reached out to Christopher Eric's Baby Trump, and for like that group as well. So, I can't wait to get my hands on the paperwork, look at it, to vet it, and make sure that it's all, is what it says it is.
Well, I still got my last year. I got my what's it called, congregational affiliation. So I got to build that document, and then the link is listed on the website for Lincoln's Institute. That's the congregational affiliation.
Right.
And then it's owner of those almost and trust and appoint trustees, which me and Shane's talking about that for most Lincoln's homos. And we're going to make it membership based. So members are the beneficiaries of all that. That way, you can have credible people that are not foreign members help them. That falls under NAACP versus club. An unlicensed attorney can help the members of its association. That's protected by the First Amendment of the Freedom of Association.
Okay. I think after you hear what I have to say, you probably won't want to lean that direction. But
we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Letters yet, sort of need them to close.
I'll let you go so you can do your show.
Okay, brother. Well, thank you for calling in. I'll holler at you later. All right, brother. Bye. All right. Always nice when friends drop in and call. And my phone's just been going nuts this morning, of course. Hang on 1 second. Recording will be sent. All right, got that cleared up. All right, where am I at here? I don't know if y'all guys watched the show yesterday. About this RV. Let's just dive in there. Let me talk about that with you guys. Because there's been a lot of information going around. Who is this guy? Okay, now I know who it is. Oh, yeah, it's Pastor of the Way. Cash Luciano, you can contact me on my Telegram group, The Fearless Floyd Show. It's The Fearless Floyd Show on all platforms, or you can email me at TheFearlessFloydShow@yahoo.com. Usually the easiest way is just get on Telegram, send me a direct message. I do eventually get to them. You got to remember I'm flooded. I get texts, phone calls, telegrams, emails. And then of course I get comments that I answer on YouTube as well. Contact information, The Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com. Go to my website, fearlessfloydshow.com. That simple. trip watching that delay. So anyway, I actually already threw it in the trash because I don't know if any of you guys know how to do an investigation. When you're doing a financial investigation, what's the first thing they always say? Follow the money, right? So that's what you need to do to find out what's going on, because greed rules. So this is what's going on. Due to the sanctions by the United States government on Iraq for corruption and money laundering, due to the sale of Iraqi oil in petrodollars, which are United States dollars, i.e. Federal Reserve notes, the money goes into banks all across the world. Most of it's held in a U.S. bank, and it is, those funds are controlled by the United States government and the Federal Reserve Bank. Iraq is only allowed to receive $2.5 billion every 90 days to run their government for their budget. So they get $10 billion a year out of their oil revenues. Last year in 2022, Iraq's oil revenues exceeded $100 billion. So if you take that $100 billion and you exchange it at the current base rate in Iraq of 1,450 dinar per dollar, that comes out to roughly 145 trillion dinars. Okay. 100 billion equals 145 trillion dinars. So the Iraqi parliament has put out an estimated budget for 2023 at 200 trillion dinars. Okay, not dollars, dinars. So you see, if they have 100 billion sitting over in United States and, or, you know, all these banks across the world, and they can't access that money, how are they going to fund their 2023 budget if they only have $10 billion and they need 200 trillion? Well, they need to go get that money, right? There it is. Follow the money. So the reason Iraq has not done their exchange currency, and this is the reason that the Federal Reserve Bank is having meetings right this minute, okay, to release those funds back to Iraq so they can do their currency exchange. That's what's going on. So you're doing the investigation, okay? Show me the money, baby. That's what we're waiting on. We're waiting on that money be released so Iraq can move forward. And then once that happens, it's going to start a chain of events. Boom, 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 boom. And then we'll see what happens in the first basket. Now, I don't know how many of you even know what's in the first basket. Let's see. Yeah, you were confused. I was in a suit, right? I know. It's picture day. Yeah, I went and got my picture taken for my passport and my tribal ID. Yep. So, hey, James, I'm ready. I went and took care of business. Oh, y'all can't even see that. Let me turn off this background. Get the right tab. Yeah, this virtual background really just sucks, especially with lights shining on whatever I'm trying to show you guys. There we go. That's why I wore a suit. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, I know. Let's see. All right. Follow the money. Absolutely. So that's what's going on. As far as the RV, I don't know if they're even going to publicly announce it or go ahead and do it. That's why Iraq's been sending these delegations over here every week, because the dinar keeps decreasing in value, which means it's more dinars per dollar exchange. And it's not the way that the central bank has been trying to get it to go. So they have to take measures. They got people over there rioting in the streets behind this stuff. So if the base exchange rate's 1450, but it's inflated up to 1700 dinars per dollar, then because there are no dinars over there, all the dinars are sucked up off the streets. And I had one of my viewers tell me that, and no prejudice involved here. Okay, remember, I am a person of color. That the Jews were buying up all the dinar. So, when nothing racial, but when the Jews get involved with money, you probably better bet there's money to be made, because they are not dummies. They are very intelligent people. Matter of fact, I believe every Jewish person I know except one is probably very well off. So kudos to them. You guys got any questions? I had a emergency Zoom meeting last night with my group of nationals that left the Texas State Assembly. We went over the Zoom that I was on Sunday at 4 o'clock that I had been anticipating, and was very excited to hear on Sunday. So yeah. Let's see. Synthetic fuel. No, I have it. Will the passport agency allow you to take a picture with your headphones? Well, sir, and I don't know if you're knighted or not, so are your brother? And there's R in my heart. I have one of these. That's Muskogee up there at the top. When you have one of these, you can wear one of those. Absolutely. Yes. If it has to do with your religion or your culture, you can absolutely wear a headpiece. I know. Kind of fun sometimes being indigenous. Probably wasn't 300 years ago. All right, let me get back over here. No, I don't know about the synthetic fuels. Yeah. Well, do that way whenever I show my identification. See, I'll be getting a new passport book as well. So that'll have my full headdress on it. As I'm looking at these old other pictures, these are mainly just my fat head. She actually took it from, oh yeah, she took a much deeper picture. Oh, awesome. That's a major difference here. I'll show you. The difference. They're gonna trip out, right? I can't wait for that. Yep, engine. I was on Baby Trump's show yesterday, Christopher Eric's at 11 o'clock over on the Patriot Party Network. So I've already texted him and thanked him. I didn't get a chance to yesterday after my show, but I want to publicly thank Chris for inviting me to his show. It was last minute, but I did come on. We did hang. I want to thank you for pumping me up, introducing me to his audience. Hopefully you guys come over here, hang out with me on occasion. You don't have to do it every day. I am monotonous, and I don't know where my co-producer is again today. I'm calling him. He's always late for work. Y'all are never gonna believe this. I'm gonna show y'all a trick. Y'all are gonna trip out. Okay, Earth 20.
Oh,
Are you alive?
barely.
It's alive. All right, man. Well, I sent you the link. Jump on whenever you want.
Okay. Oh, give me a few minutes. I'll be on.
Yeah.
Will be.
Go drink your Dr. Pepper and smoke your Marlboro.
I think I ain't getting coffee.
Bye.
Stop that nonsense.
All right. Must be nice just like sleep in, get woke up by your boss. Yeah, I'm coming to work. But I'm not his boss. Jesse is kind enough to volunteer. So thank you for that, Jesse. Okay, that makes sense now. Okay. They make it using CO2. It's chemically the same as the fuel we put in our cars now. It's way cheaper to make. Porsche's putting in a big plant in Tasmania, Australia. Oh, well, that's neat news. I'd like to cover that. Put something together, Robin. You know, I'll bring you on the show, talk about it. I've never heard of that, any of that, actually. Oh, so this is going to blow y'all's minds, okay? And I didn't even think of this until I was doing it. And when I did it, I was like, oh my God, that's freaking so awesome. It's even better than awesome. So as you guys remember, August of last year was horrible for me. My laptop crashed, my phone got stolen, I was having issues with my router. It was just a hellacious month. When my phone got stolen, I was able to download some of my contacts back, but not all of them. I lost a lot of good contacts. I was like, yeah, man, all these people I lost. And it's real weird because there's like a gap. So like from people from 2016 on, I got them. And then from like 2019 to 2021, that gap's missing. And then from 2021 on, they're there. So I don't know. So I was, it's like, damn. So I was sending some money to my daughter the other day. And when I went in to pay and I was scrolling through all the people in my contacts, they never went away. They were all stored in the Cash App because I allowed them access to my contacts. So they stored all my contact information, all the emails, all the phone numbers of all the people that I thought I lost. Boom, here in my Cash App. Same thing with any of those, PayPal, Venmo, they're there. So all I have to do is go back, reopen it, and start scrolling down, writing down names and numbers again, and I'll have all my stuff back. Wow. I mean, that's nuts, right? Isn't that cool? You're welcome. So if you have ever lost your phone or had it stolen and you lost your contacts, they're there. Go back to your oldest financial app that you have that you use to transfer funds that you gave access to, and you're going to find all your contact information. Absolutely. All right. I don't know what Ann's going to talk about today. I know we have been dealing with a case in Fort Worth that is, I guess it's a criminal case. They've never charged him, but they keep telling him he's got to come to court and telling him he's charged, but there's no paperwork in his clerk's file showing that he's been charged. He can't, there's no police reports. So it's real weird. And Ann asked me to send her something, but I don't remember what I was supposed to send her. Last night was, I think, the first night I really got a good night's sleep in a hot minute. So everything's kind of coming back to me. Tomorrow, Wednesday, I will go to see Dr. Chang Rong, who is a world-renowned brain specialist. And I will be having my second brain scan done. And I'm like going to be a very unique person because I had a brain scan done 2 years ago by him. And then I was going to get my mouth redone, have all my mercury taken out. And if you watched the show last Friday with Buffy Leanne, that entails a lot more than I even could possibly imagine, because when they take out the mercury fillings, everybody has to wear hazmat suits. It's like a real biohazard thing. And I didn't know that. So he wanted to do a before and after brain scan. So I was like, okay, cool. So then, we had this whole pandemic thing that kind of blew everything up. And so we just recontacted, and I'm going in, like I said, tomorrow to do my brain scan. So we can get he can look at that one from 2 years ago and just see if there's any more toxicity or heavy metals have affected my brain function and brain health. And then once I do get my mouth redone here real soon, we're going to do an after. And he's going to use that as a basis to, I think, write a white paper, or to begin to write a white paper, using me as his, I guess, test subject, crash test dummy. Imagine me being a crash test dummy. That would never happen, would it? But it does. So let me adjust my mic. So I'm really looking forward to going and doing that and getting that out of the way, seeing the results. So that'll be neat and fun. Oh, here's another thing. No, where's it at? Oh, here it is. Let me show you. This is crazy. So when I walked in, I sat down real quick to kind of go through everything, and I looked up at my TV and I had YouTube on, and this picture was in there. Okay. And you see Wano saving, Democrats panic, President Kamala. This is David Rodriguez, and it's coming up later today. So I look at this picture and I'm like, I know that girl. I know that girl. And I'm like, oh, that's at the event I was at last weekend. So y'all are gonna trip out. Right between these two heads, right there, peeking between them, is me. Yeah, I looked at that picture. I was like, yeah, that's Susan. So I walked up and looked at her. Oh, yeah, there's me right there peeking behind her. So I thought that was pretty funny. Well, they're going, hang on a minute, they're going crazy in my Telegram room. So, bananas. Okay. 209. Oh, hell. Hold on. Okay. When we were at war with China in 2025, when the new thing happens, okay. Then somebody answered it. Then if a war is to be expected and they're gonna use us to go die, I'd rather go educate as many as I can, because now I know what America is. I know I won't go die for this BS, just me. And since it's a year on it, I got 2 years to do it from this calendar day. And then somebody answered that. Oh, this was last night. Oh, wow. I went way up there. Okay. So 2029 to match with 1929. Needed to lock down a world, give free will, not just the thing that people are dying from. Root is tech and 5 to 7 generations of genetic modification parasites in the human host that interface with tech, controlling the mind body system overload, everything we touch, eat, sit on, wear, cook, drink with. Cook with, drink is full of poisons, easy, simple detoxes. One has to know people now, conscious consumerism, track currency since shortly before Project Paperclips came into every worldwide community after World War II by a quadratic quantum computer known as the matrix to the IMF, IRS, and world banking systems. Traumatic and bacteria, parasites, sins of mother and father, passed from generation to generation. We're returning to a service economy, or rather Mayberry. Blood money, trustafarians, offspring go broke, not my job, mobs, homeless, all will be kindly managed in a stack and pack. Social credit monitoring management will be from Nur Sultan, Hatfield and McCoy wars, no assassinations, going strong in every community worldwide. Well, that sounds like the purge. Wow, that guy made a statement, huh? Capone's revenge. Oh my God, Floyd, you need to block Earth 2029. She's trolling. And I guess she replied, you can't have an adult conversation and have to tattle. Oh God. No, there's no tattling. I'm not the tattle police. You are going back and forth, huh? Wow. I'd have to agree that the language is a little archaic. But, that's what my Telegram is about. It is about free speech, allowing people to share their own opinions and beliefs, knowledges, and experiences. So that's what that's all about. So they seem to be having fun over there. Let's see. you have a Gmail account, you signed in your phone, all your contacts will be saved to your Gmail account. So just sign in on your new phone. Yeah, I don't have a Gmail account, but okay, yeah, that'll work. Yeah, mine just shouldn't transfer over. I don't know what the deal was. Some of them were missing. It was real weird, strange actually. What else was I going to cover this morning? I had a bunch of stuff after that Zoom last night. Man, wow. And Sunday. Let me see if I can find the right words to describe to you guys kind of what's going down. Let me back up. Let me start this way. All right. Let's start from the beginning. Go back to the beginning. That way you guys totally understand where I'm coming from. Yeah, so you guys totally know where I'm coming from. Just trying to be transparent, trying to keep you guys up to date as possible with the information that I receive that I'm allowed to share. So as you guys know, got out of the joint tax day 2016. Went to a 3-month outpatient therapeutic treatment center, and then I went and lived in my buddy's trailer. And as you know, I've said many times, got a knock on my trailer door from the Missouri County Sheriff's deputy from the Joint Task Force and a Bryan College Station special agent in charge for the FBI. And so when I got out, I was, chasing the whole thing, just like we all do, not without any direction, trying to find people on the internet to link up with, hook up with. But when I got that knock on the door, I stopped. The last thing I want to do was go leave my trailer and go get in a cage. That was not appealing. So I just paused. And at the time I was doing construction, had my own, ran a construction company, had my own construction company. And then I decided I didn't want to do construction anymore, just too much stress, and went back to being a stagehand, which is real easy for me. I did it for so long. And I was at one of the events working, heard those dog whistle words that we all, bandy about constantly. And I was like, hey man, what are you talking about? And he's like, what do you mean? I go, well, you just said that, straw man or redemption or, one of those words. Like, yeah, what do you know about that? I was like, I know, what do you know about it? He's like, well, what do you know about it? I'm like, I know a little something about it. He goes, do? I go, I know a little something about it. Oh, cool, let's go have a conversation. So we pulled over there, started kicking it. That person was Andre Harris, aka Dark Side, my tribal brother, who passed away a year ago, October, tragically. So yeah, I miss my boy. I see him right there. We used to ride for hours, man, just kicking it, talking about this stuff, all the things we were going to do, how to get there, who's on the horizon that we need to start listening to. Of course, we were in the inexhaustible Derek Gonzalez Zoom. We would ride that for weeks. So as I hooked up with Andre and his sister to move forward, I really didn't know his sister. I was pretty much just knew him. Now I'm really good friends with his sister. Matter of fact, I spoke to her last night. I think she was the last person I spoke to be honest with you. No, she wasn't. So we were going to do the redemption process and, file our BC through the Treasury. And let me back up a little bit and digress. Me, myself, I had read anything and everything that I got my hands on in prison. And I memorized it because I knew one day they were going to come take all this shit from me. And they did. And they still have it. So I had to memorize it. So when I got out, I didn't know what I knew. I didn't know if it was good, bad, incomplete, complete. I didn't know. So I just made the conscious decision that I was just going to forget everything that I had read, learned, and just follow instructions. You tell me to do this, I'm going to do it. That's what I was doing with Andre. That's why I tell you guys, when you're following somebody, you better make sure you know what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how is it going to benefit you once you do that process. Because I was just, okay, we got to do the name change. Okay, you got a template? Yeah, boom. I just changed my stuff on it. Didn't even really read it, try to put my own input into it. I was just trying to hurry, and get these things done. Okay, I had to get that done. Then we had to do the social security card to get the H number, and then, double authenticated birth certificates. And it was just like, boom, 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 boom. We were just cranking. And he goes, oh my God. This woman we used to follow popped back up on the scene. I'm like, oh, okay. And some of you are going to know who I'm talking about. Some of you aren't. It's going to be a complete mystery, and it should be until then. So those of you who have an idea what I'm talking about, please keep it under your hat. Okay. Because if I find out that you leaped and went behind me, I'm going to cut you off. You don't want to be cut off from me. Okay. I'm getting more contacts than you can shake a stick at. And if you're not going to be behind me, then you're going to get left behind, because we're moving forward, and I'm trying to make this thing happen for everybody. It's unbelievable. So I've been waiting all week for this call, this mystery lady. And 4 o'clock rolls around. So I get on the Zoom. So I'm on with my boy, Eric Dingus and James Lovett. We're just kicking it, 3 of us, because Eric and James just now kind of met. And Eric is real fundamentally sound in the structure of setting up a county in your state and all of that. Man, that guy spit out. Excellent. So we all have our strengths. And so Eric is breaking that down to James, and James is, man, James is brilliant. Y'all don't shortchange James. So as we're kicking it, one of James's former students comes on, who has excelled, okay, taken his knowledge and gone out in the world and commingled with other knowledgeable people on his level and above, and attained additional knowledge that some of us have and some of us don't have. Watched our video with me, Eric, and James, and contacted James and set up the Zoom with this mystery woman that hopefully what we have to offer, what she has to offer, can commingle, walk in harmony, good faith, clean hands, and honor at all times. And all of us were very excited to hear what we heard. I don't know how fast things can move. Eric and I have made a commitment to drive to another state or fly to another state. Eric's probably going to drive. He told me I had to take my own car because he will have a companion with him in his, and he has a little M4 BMW. So I don't want to ride in the back seat to through 3 or 4 states to get to another one. Absolutely not. So we want to go look at all the paperwork and vet everything to make sure that it's all sound and fundamentally structured correctly. So when we bring people in to this thing, that you guys you guys are already protected. You know, you don't have to go back and do your own research to bet whether or not this is what we say it is. See if I can keep my voice today, because I remember now the last person I talked to last night, my voice just faded out. I was toast yesterday. So we're working on this thing. So after our meeting, well, let me back up a little bit. So now James's peer comes on and we start talking, you know, introduce ourselves. And he's like, okay, you know, because they were late getting on. He goes, okay, you guys ready for so-and-so to come on? And I'm like, what did you say? Did you say blah, 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 blah? And I said her name. And he was like, yeah, you know her? I'm like, boy. I know her. Okay. Trust me, guys, this thing always comes full circle. Okay. So the guy out there and wherever you're at, California, Arizona, you know what I'm talking about? Everything comes full circle, bro. Everything. So boom, everything came full circle. Plop back in my lap. I'm just thinking, really? Really? What's going on? The day before that, of course, I was in Plano at the 2 events at the Mega Mixer with Chris Wan and Negative 48 and all the other people. Susan, I just showed you. And it was just, you know, I met all these great people that are like-minded. You know, they're looking for cohesion. They're looking for somebody to move them forward, to get them out of, you know, the current circumstances that we find our country in. Absolutely. Dedicated patriots that want to help and want to move forward. You know, those are the frontline people. Those are the ones that are going to get out and do things. So I've just had this tremendous weekend for me, just unbelievable. Great things happen. Great things are coming. So this mystery woman, I've spoken to her hundreds of hours, probably conservatively. Yeah. Like I said, it always comes full circle. Things come back. And I don't, only thing I can say is something divine has occurred to me, to my wife, to my surroundings, my environment, people around me. And I don't know how to explain it. And I don't know what it is. It's just like, you know, when I showed you guys yesterday, this number right here, 48. Okay. I walk in a room, I don't know a single soul in there. And the only guy that walks up to me is negative 48 and starts talking to me for 5.5 hours. Now, is that not divine intervention? I don't know what to tell you guys. I just, you know, I never imagined I would be in a room full of people that I've made friends with that can pick up the phone and call an ex-president. You know, that's remarkable. And I do have this ability, kind of like a chameleon-esque ability to blend in with all fabrics of society, whether it doesn't matter if I walk into a crack house or a whole house or a pit house or whatever, I can fit right in and have a conversation with everybody. I can put myself on the streets and talk streets. I can put myself up and talk in legalese. I can put myself over here and talk in proper grammar to the right people. I can talk scientifically. You know, I'm able to do that. So my ability to do that, you know, as you see, you know, you caught me in a suit and tie, and you know, I mean, I just going to take a picture, but I do clean up well. I do speak well when I want to speak well, and I can speak horribly when I want to speak horribly. I can get right down in the bottom of the sewer with the best of them and talk big ten mucho bullshit. Absolute. Uh, you know, I named for a reason. I didn't just like go, what goes good with Floyd? Somebody gave me that. Michael Wayman Wilson gave me this nickname. He is my former cellie. So if you really want to write a tragic story, that's a tragic story. Poor guy. I need to write him. Hopefully he's out of prison. I don't think he's done enough time flat yet. Mel joined the group. I wonder if that's my crazy Mel. I have Ann LaFleur coming up in about 10 minutes. So this mystery lady, rest assured that I know her well, know exactly where she's at. One of 9 people in the world to have her phone number. Okay. Yeah, this is some big shit we got going on. So you guys pay attention. Don't get led astray. I'm just trying to tell you guys in a very roundabout way, big things are coming to you. Big availabilities, big opportunities. And it's all about you just understanding or overstanding, understanding, however you want to say it. And I try not to use those words because I do have a lot of new audience coming in, and they're just not going to get overstand. I mean, they may eventually, but doesn't matter. I just try to talk normally as much as I can to as many people as I can. But it'll be just your choice to determine what you want to do with your life. If you'd like to get into the community and join and pursue your journey to freedom, the opportunity will be available. That's about all I could say about it. James and I will be doing his new passport process. Both of us will be surrendering our book and card, as well as a new application with some new information that he has put together. That should go out, work on that this week. I do have a potential assistant coming to help. That's a possibility. We'll see how that works out. That would be, man, that would be a miracle. That's all I could say. I've got so much going on. I need to get my volunteers. I have multiple volunteers that have stepped up, and let me put this back out there for you guys. Look, I have more information than I can ever open up in my entire life and watch, read, organize, retitle. And thank God, just to let you know, somebody sent me 32.6 gigabytes of information in one file the other day. And, when do you have time to open up 32.6 gigs of information and watch it and read it? I just don't today. I don't know if I'll have it this week, but, is what it is. This, it is epic. I will have to say that. Get back up here to these questions. Yeah, Jonathan Todd, House of Bigelow. Thank God I have not had those issues. I'm just going to tell you flat out, I am genetically gifted, thank God. So it hasn't been an issue for me, although it should actually be. And I can't even imagine how much smarter or intelligent I would be had I not had any of them in my mouth. It's hard to tell. Hip Hop Lit, wouldn't placing a vehicle in domestic trust suffice in moving the vehicle out of the jurisdiction of the law enforcement and governmental agencies? Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. I've done this. I showed you guys. I did the video on it. In Texas, when you do that, when you go to, of course, first you have to put the asset in your trust. And then once it's in your trust, you're going to take your certificate of trust, go down to the county tax assessor office, and you're going to fill out an affidavit or a statement, I believe, affirmation. They give you two forms, and you have an option of doing one or the other. And then you submit it, put your vehicle in your trust. And I'm going to tell you right out, don't, in my opinion, in hindsight, I would not put it in a trust that was my name, i.e. the Floyd Pleasant Tarvin Revocable Living Trust, that's what's mine is registered under. I wouldn't do that. I would put it under something anonymous, a Wild Taco Turkey Revocable Living Trust, something like that. That doesn't connect back to you. So in my own journey, and when I make my video on how to be anonymous, you guys will see this, that you want to build these layers. You want to have your pass-through trust, which what Ann's classes are all about with her Trust 101, just fundamental setup of pass-through trust, revocable living trust. And then underneath that trust, you start putting in other layers of trusts, LLCs, DBAs, holding companies, limited liability partnerships, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you set them up all over, one in New Mexico, one in Delaware, one in the Cayman Islands, another one here in Austin, Texas, do a holding company in Delaware, boom, do something else in Turk and Caicos. And, before you know it, that it's going to take somebody 2 or 3 years to track all that down, to figure out who the hell you really are. So that's just through your trust doing that. And I'll show you a gazillion other ways to be anonymous and actively participate in society. Let's see what else. God is government. Events to take place. Biden Harris forced out of spotlight. Just saw our announcement. RV. Yeah, everybody keeps saying Biden has to go, but we all know who's portraying the image of Biden. Provide family revocable trust. I deleted that as I was reading it. We're all magnets pulling our energy together, all about the frequency. Yep, absolutely. Kimberly, haven't heard from you in a while, girl. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Let's see, find out where Ann is. She may even be in the waiting room. I'm just over here being, well, let me give her a heads up. On her and Jesse to join us. Well, let me tell you what we got coming up this week. I have Arica Kildae coming up at 2 o'clock after Ann and Arica. She must. That's the problem having all these different platforms when you're looking for something and you don't remember exactly how it was sent to you. And then you got to go find it. Well, behind on my emails, guys, so give me a chance to get caught up with that. Okay, there's my recording from the meeting last night. My business cards are ready. Yippee! Now I'm going to really be the Fearless Floyd Show, right? Well, email. The only thing I can think left is Telegram. Look there. There we go. Excuse me. Arica's going to be talking about power of attorneys for kids. All right. So if you don't follow Arica, you should. If you have children, and you're concerned about the health, welfare, and safety of your children, you should watch Arica because that's what she deals with. Protecting our children. That's our future. I don't know what the hell Ann's doing. Just texted her a little while ago. I'll really mess her day up. Calling her. Well, go through let me read you this email. Make sure Ann's not in the waiting room. Nope. And I get emails like this all the time. Floyd, been watching some of your videos of late as I just found you. I hope you get back to me on previous inquiries. I will. I haven't yet. Just give me time. I've had a lot going on this past weekend, so hopefully I can get caught up tonight. Wanted to share what I think may be going on with Anna Von Wright's state nationals. I became a state national last spring here in Iowa. Since then, I was picked up without a license, had 6 charges of which I went to trial over. Believe me, it was a surreal time in my life. I have learned a great deal since then, and know God actually put me in this to learn what I have learned to date. I didn't even know we were corporate set up until June last year, and then my own research in October brought me to the truth of it all. I found the Dun & Bradstreet numbers for all the government corporations I was dealing with: Dallas County, Iowa, state of Iowa, city of Des Moines. Anyway, the assembly sent me over a girl that was going to help me with all of this. Instead, I sit being trafficked through their courts, I am sure, for millions, like you've been put forward there. Anyway, my theory is this: they get you in, identify you, and then find some way the state can go after you. I do not know if this includes the coordinator in Iowa and the secretary, etc. I sure hope not. So a friend of mine took the same steps with the state assembly here, and literally as soon as her papers were sent and entered, she gets a letter from the medical board about her acupuncture clinic, and she is now working to go private. After she received that letter is when I got suspicious, although my suspicion started in December with some strange behavior from the help they sent me. So I started hunting around and found you. So that is my theory. They get us identified and then send the state in the best avenue they can to get you on. This is not verified, only suspicions. I watched a few of your Anna videos and I'm convinced you are not part of the scam. Well, thank you for that. I honestly used to trust everyone, now leery of everyone. Yes, that's what happens when you follow a freaking cult leader. Okay. Yeah, you feel burned once you get, reestablish your brain. Thanks for what you do. I'm handing in the plates. License is already revoked. I am combating foreclosure without wits and help from Rod Gibson. I wish I never found Anna and her nefarious assembly. I'm leaving the country for a couple months now and plan to learn as much from you and Eric, etc. Hope to take some of your classes while gone. I assume we can connect from anywhere in the world with those classes. Kind regards. And these are the type of emails that you guys send me. And hey, I'm not messed up about them. These are a little lengthy and it does take time for me to read, as you see. So it does eat up my time. And then I like to reply to them. There's Jesse. So, you can see there's a lot of disgruntled AVRs out there that want to leave the assemblies. And this is what happens when these assemblies get harmonized, okay? And I'm going to use that word because that's what it takes. You have to have a full state assembly, all acting in harmony. They're all in agreement to stand that state up or that county up. And the problem is when they get to that point, Anna will come in and create chaos or label somebody or something and just screw the whole thing up. And I call it, cutting people out from under their knees. And she's very good at it and has done it repeatedly across, the continental United States, as well as her own state of Alaska and in Hawaii. So it's an epidemic among her federation of states. You do not have to join a nationalist assembly per se to move into the private. Like I said before, just be patient. Just be patient. Hang with us. Okay. That's all I can say with a wink and a nod. Right, Jesse?
Yep. It's process.
I don't know what the heck, man.
Is there any snow there? It snowed here.
Here?
I mean, it's not a whole bunch, but there is snow all over the ground.
Oh, no. There's a bunch of snow up in DFW.
I thought it might start snowing yesterday when I went to the store and I was like, it's going to snow.
Yeah, that's why I got the hell out of there. Those people up there just go bananas when it snows or ice on the road.
Yeah, they don't know how to drive. Texans are not inundated to driving in snow.
No, sure. No. I can't be around them in regular driving conditions, much less inclement weather. I hate driving to the damn store.
I need to go to the store today, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, right.
Might walk to the store, but there might not be anybody there.
Yeah, we were on the Zoom last night with James. Remember we were talking about how cold it was. I don't know if you were on then.
Yep, I heard him.
Yeah, I was watching Mark Z this morning. Somebody posted it was -2 in Wisconsin.
Wow.
-15 in Nebraska.
That's why I don't live in those states. I need to be as close as I can to the equator as possible.
Right. God bless you guys. I don't know how y'all do it, but I guess somebody's got to live there. So better you than me. That's all I got to say about that. I don't know how they do it.
So my
Yeah.
plan today was to get up and go do some equity, but doesn't look like that's going to happen today. So unfortunately, it's thwarted my plan.
You could still go deal with equity.
Well,
Go
equity,
go build a
does
snowman.
in personam, and I'm not walking into town, so
You can go build a snowman. I have no idea who
I'll
this
walk
is.
around the courthouse and say, "Hey, Judge,
Right.
Hello?
Hello?
I built you a snowman."
Hello? I don't know why people call and hang up.
It's real dim outside, so I thought it was still early. I was like,
Oh,
"Oh,
no, it's
it must not be
hazy.
early." Floyd's calling me. It's not early.
My alarm. You're right. Yeah, if I'm calling you, it definitely ain't early. Yeah. Hey, kids, look, it's very rare I wake up before 9 o'clock. Usually I have to be somewhere if I get up before 9 o'clock. So I get up at 9 o'clock, go downstairs, get the coffee ready, probably open the blinds, light some incense, turn the music on, go back upstairs, watch Mark Z for about 10, 20, 30 minutes, come back down, answer all my emails, telegrams, and all that stuff. By that time, it's time to go take a shower and get ready for my show at noon. So that's what my mornings look like. So if you call me before 9 o'clock or you text me before 9 o'clock, you're probably going to irritate me.
All right, I'm gonna call it 9 o'clock.
You're going to wake me up early. I'm not going to be happy.
It's an emergency. Did you just watch Mark Z?
All right. Yeah. Did I just watch Mark?
You gotta watch the first 5 minutes of it.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see. Private family trust is what I'm gonna name it on hip hop. Okay. If you want to get an EIN for private family trust, you better make sure that that name is available before you go set your trust up and get your stuff notarized and spend all that time, energy, and money. Because you may not be able to get an EIN for that name. So vet
Yeah,
that.
get the EIN first. That way you know you have the name and don't have to go back and redo it. It'll tell you whether or not they'll allow it.
Right. I wouldn't, me personally, I would not get my EIN before I get my trust notarized, at least my certificate of certificate of trust, just because of the dating. You got your EIN today and then your trust was established the day after. Well, how can you get an EIN for something that's yet to exist? That's all. That's what I'm looking at. But you can vet the name prior to actually pulling the trigger on getting the EIN number. God is government. You need 4K monitors. I don't even know what that looks like. You're from Iowa too? Okay. Best time to drive through around DFW is during the very early morning hours. Yeah, I already know. That's why when I left my daughter, she lives right by SMU, pulled out on 45, go back up to Plano, and saw the signs flashing that the ice trucks, road crews were ahead. And I was like, oh, hell no. That was 12:30 in the morning. So I went, packed up my stuff and got back on the road. And guess how long it took me to get home?
I don't know, 4.5 hours is usually what it takes me.
3.
Wow, you must have really been going fast.
Teleported.
When I get out in the middle of the country, in the middle of nowhere, I do about 120.
Yeah.
I try to go as fast as my car will go, just to see what it would do.
Yeah, I actually, we did that from the vehicle to see how the snow you guys in Texas is going to be okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, we just like walk outside and see white and freak out.
Yep, go right back in the house.
Captain Switch, you DM me on Telegram, please respond. You want me to respond right now, Captain Switch? 20 in Illinois. Man, fuck that. I don't know how you guys live like that and that just freezing cold and walk out your door and it's 6 feet of snow. And oh, yeah, sure. Hang on, let me answer this. This is Rick Patterson. He runs the Reckoning Fest Facebook page. And he put picture of me and Michael on there and called me Roger. Don't be surprised if you start seeing me pop up in more and more things. Yeah, do search your name first because you want a unique name. If it pretty much just comes right off the top of your head, it's probably already taken. Something easy and simple. What we've been having lately is nothing compared to what we had growing up in central Iowa. Okay, yeah, I can't. No, I do not want to be around that much snow unless I'm there on vacation and have an exit date. Captain Switch, you sent me a telegram. And I don't know what Ann's deal is. Try calling her again. I bet I can't call her while I'm on the Zoom. So yeah, I'll call her over here. There we go. Oh, I don't know what to tell you. I know she's up. She sent me a text earlier. All right, so let me go over here. Let me Captain Switch. Let me look for your text. I don't know what your Telegram handle is. I'm gonna assume this one's you. Send me the question on the trust class. Let's see. Captain Switch on YouTube. I don't know what your handle is on Telegram because I don't see a Captain Switch. And this is the disconnect I have with you guys because you have a name on YouTube and you have a name on Telegram, and then you'll have another name that you use on Telegram. And then I may know you by your real name, which has nothing to do with those other names. And before you know it, I'm having two conversations with you on two different platforms about two completely different subjects. And I have no idea I'm talking to the same person. It happens all the time. All the time. It's crazy. So I can't believe you guys don't have any questions. What you got going, Jesse? Hello? Jesse?
That would be starting some coffee.
Okay.
Trying to get my caffeine, get my
Trying to get your
eyeballs to open
caffeine.
up.
Right. Okay.
Put on some more clothes so I can stay warm.
Right.
Cold in this house. It don't stay very warm, so like an ice box.
Start doing some plan B stuff.
So we're supposed to have Ann on today. You can't get her on the phone, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, she sent me a text earlier today.
What's the time differential between here and there? 6 hours?
I think so.
Hey, my dad is a guitar, and it's like 6 hours difference between us.
1, 2, 3. No, she's 4 hours behind us. Yeah, she sent me a text this morning at 10:43.
Huh.
So, I have no idea what's going on. She knows she's
All right,
on.
well, I got a new process for you to try this week. We can't talk about this on here in detail, but a little bit about what we were talking about yesterday. There was another part to it that I didn't realize. So after the show, I'm going to tell you, and you're going to
Okay.
be like, "Oh my goodness!" And I don't know how I didn't think of it before, considering
Okay.
that I'm a landman and I understand chain of title. Sometimes you just have a tendency to overlook things, you know. It's right
Right.
in front of your face and you don't see it. And then when you finally see it, you're like, wow, how did I not see that?
Okay. Let me text Erica, see if she wants to come on. Yeah, Andrea sent me a hypothetical VCR process, but it's out of a book, an accounting book.
All right. Probably have some legitimacy to it then. Comes out of an accounting book.
Yeah, so she hasn't done it. I haven't done it. She was, giving it to me last night at oh God, I don't know how late it was. And of course, by then I'm brain dead. And I kept telling her, I'm fried. I can barely talk. But we plowed through it, and she gave me everything that I needed. So hopefully it'll work.
Yep, we'll be revising the VCR class again, won't we?
I don't know. I have no idea. Ann's way is working. I don't know if this is like just a one-shot success. You know what I mean? Because with Ann, you have to keep following up. Sometimes it works the first time, but the majority of the time it's 2 or 3 times. Because they want you to keep sending that freaking money into them, playing the game. Text Erica, see if she wants to come on early. Yeah, at least
Well, if you can't get anybody on, why don't you open up the lines? Just get some callers on.
We can do that. They can call in. Anybody can call in. Here, I'll put the number in. There you go, guys. Numbers in the chat. If y'all have a question, you want to talk to me or Jesse one-on-one, there you go. Question: how many addresses do I need to mail the packet of notices to? Which packet and which notices? Next question. Want to talk about dishonor of VCRs from company personnel, not banks? Right, Bill? Yeah, they continue to do that. I wanted to ask about the coupons. I wonder if we put the amount above the box, the negative symbol, 2 negatives make a plus. Thoughts? Jesse?
Well, I've heard that there's a couple ways to do it. Inside the box, you could put a negative amount, or you could put the total amount. It makes sense to zero out the books. So if it's just positive on one side, to put a negative on the other side. So I mean, I understand the math there, but at the end of the day, guys, we don't really know whether or not they're going to accept it or what is legitimate on that side of the ledger, right? Because we don't really get to see what they're doing. So if it don't work one way, try it the other. That's the best advice I can give you. And be persistent and don't give up, right? Because he who leaves the battlefield first loses.
Right, but if you're gonna do one process, like if you're gonna do the negative number, just do it with like your Chase Visa card. Okay, don't do it with everything, because if you're attempting things, don't muddy your water with that particular vendor or utility company that you're trying to do this with. So if you're just doing negatives, do it with your Visa credit card. And over here, if you're doing it with a different type of signature, do that with your electricity bill. That way, you know what'll work and when it works and why it worked. Because if you throw everything at everything, then you're not going to know what worked. And you'll find this hilarious, Jesse. Now, let me go get it.
Eric also talks about that you can't really fix a number to chattel papers. You're really supposed to let them do that. So it might be that you just need to put all the other information on there and let them put the amount. At the end of the day, as long as it gets taken care of, who cares, right?
Right.
And that's really the ultimate goal. I would like for my account to be my estate to be accredited back, of course, but sometimes that's not going to happen. It's not idealistic. So you can take some relief. It's kind of like mercy versus equity, right? Mercy is better than no mercy.
Here we go. So I'm talking to Andrea last night, and she goes, "Oh, you're going to find this hilarious." I'm like, "What?" She goes, "Remember that tender you did?" I'm like, "Which one?" She goes, with that company. I'm like, "What? What, the Cologuard?" She's like, "Yeah, that one." Like, "Oh, yeah, I remember that." And she goes, "Melvin Washington sent it to me." I'm like, "What?" She goes, "Yeah, Melvin Washington sent that to me." I'm like, "Really?" It's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh, that's crazy." She goes, "You're a guru now." And I'm like, no, don't even give. I sent out
He's got enough
hundreds of
titles. Don't
those
give him no more.
and one worked. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm a fucking guru." Crazy. So here, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Let me switch these up.
Hey, shout out to Melvin Washington. Gonna get you on the show one day, brother.
I don't know if y'all can see this, but this one's Exact Sciences. I'll read it to you. Dear valued customer, a review of your account has determined that you are owed a refund. This payment is in excess or is a duplicate payment for your account. Attached is a check for the amount of overpayment. If you have any questions regarding this refund, please call us to this 800 number. Sincerely, Billing Support Center, Exact Sciences Laboratory, LLC, which is for a Cologuard test. See right there in the corner. And I have full coverage health insurance. And for some reason, when I went in to my doctor to get this test, it slipped through the cracks and they billed me, sent me a bill to my house repeatedly for months. and I kept trying to figure out why I was getting a bill. And when I was turned on to this process, the lawful tender process, I had this bill sitting there. I was like, oh, here, let me do it on this, see if it works, you know. The bill was 600 and something dollars. $649. So here's my certificate of service. This Uniform Commercial Code, section 3-601, 3-602, 3-603, 3-604. This is my declaration. There's the actual statement, coupon, the legal tender process with the dollar, the coin, and the dollar stamp. And the verbiage, fill out the bottom. Mailed that off. Boom, I get the letter from them back. And my $2 check that I still have to this day. So that's the process.
So why did they send you $2? Idealistically, if they were going to send you something back, what should it have been? What should have been more than $2? Or?
I don't know. I don't know if they took the stamp, the dollar, or the coin.
Or did they settle the debt?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And then they sent you $2.
A review of your account has determined that you are owed a refund. The payment is in excess or a duplicate payment for your account. Attaches a check for the amount of the overpayment.
So you overpaid by $2. That's hilarious.
Yeah. And I said, this is all I sent them was this legal tender right here with $1.
Well, the next time you need to overpay them
Anthony, or actually
$1,000.
That's a Sacagawea dollar coin and then the dollar stamp.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But well, I guess, you know, I couldn't repeat it.
Yeah, but you know what? Any victory is still a good victory. Once in a while, I get lucky too. I don't go to jail for opening my big mouth and putting my foot in it.
Y'all see all this? Those are tenders that I did. Okay. All this whole binder, nothing but tenders. Nothing but tenders, coupons. These are somebody else's. I didn't even have all this. But I did it for somebody else to see how it worked. You can see I just did, man, I was shooting this shit out. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. I'm trying to make it go away. And out of all that, I got one. Yay. The small victories, huh, Jesse?
Yep.
But they do work, and you know, when you do hit the jackpot and like boom, you know, you miraculously paid off, you know, your $350,000 outstanding mortgage. Yeah, you know, you'd be all over that. Even if you didn't know how to do it. And I do know somebody who has paid off their mortgage doing a process, and because they threw so many processes at it, they don't know exactly what process worked, and to this day have been unable to emulate that process successfully.
It looks like Bad Wolf sent me I sent him an email and I got an autoresponder. Love you, Bad Wolf.
You're not on the in crowd yet, Jesse.
No, I guess I'm not.
Let me check back over here to the chat. and see if my question got answered. Oh, yeah, to answer your question, Kimberly, try it. I don't, you know, that is a part of one of the processes that I have been made aware of. And it's all about banning the books or balancing books. There you go. Yeah, it's all about notice of demand, rescind all signatures, hold harmless indemnity affidavit of non-corporate status. Let me back up to your question. How many addresses do I need to mail the packet of notices to for the notice of demand, rescind all signatures, hold harmless indemnity affidavit of non-corporate status? All right, for the answer to that question, I'm going to tell you what I have tentatively done regarding that particular statement. As you guys know, I have this box, and in this box, as Jesse well knows,
It's a bunch of stuff in there.
is a shit ton of envelopes. And I'll just grab one at random. I reached in there and pulled one out in the middle. All right, so we're going to peel this baby open, and I'm going to show you exactly what this package looks like, what it entails.
You know what I got yesterday? Just
An
out of the
STD.
blue. Oh, stop that.
Oh, I was hoping you got laid.
That would
I
be
know,
okay, but
dream,
not the
right?
we can do without the STD part. That's okay. We're gonna pass on that one. Okay, just like that, you know, drinking your own urine thing. We're passing.
Oh, yeah, I gotta go get with Ed on that one.
So out of the blue yesterday, two people messaged me. One of them was a friend that I've known for probably over 20 years. And she messaged me and she says, "You were right." I'm like, "Huh?" She goes, "You were right about everything. I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. I was hating on you." I was like, I started reading it and everything you said was the truth. I was like, all right. It only took like 3 or 4 years for you to come around. And then another one of my buddies, you know, I was talking to him and he's like, "Man, I'm sorry for being confrontational," you know, because he was arguing with me about everything, you know, and everything he was saying was from an at-law position. And I was like, "Man, you need to learn what equity is. That's the next step." And he's like, "You know how people are when you first introduce something to them and it kind of goes against everything that they're trying to do. They're just going to fight
Right.
you too, you know." And then I guess he just came around, you know, he was like, "Man," he didn't say I was right, but he apologized. You know, he was like, "There's more to it than what you were, you know, what I was wanting to hear." And I was like, "Well, that's cool, man. I'm glad that, you know, we can move forward from this instead of still trying to go over the same nonsense."
Right.
So it's
Okay.
always nice to get that, you know, when somebody calls you and you've been trying to work on them for a while, not necessarily to make them wake up, but just plant the seed, you know, because you can't really make anybody wake up. You can only plant a seed.
Absolutely. Sadly.
Even my dad, you know, my dad argued me for like 3 years. And then one day he sends me a thing. He's like, "You know, son, in his own way, you may have been right." I was like, "You know what, Dad, coming from you, that's saying a lot. I appreciate it."
All right, here you go. Here's the envelope. As you can see, it has my gold foil seal of my flag, registered mail. And it has a private, it says private and confidential, special appearance for deposit only, all rights reserved. And then you can see I have my return address label with my flag, my coat of arms, and my information. This particular envelope is directed to the United States Health and Human Services Secretary, successor, or assigns. Attention, Xavier Becerra, care of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, 200 Independence Avenue, Southwest, Washington, D.C., 20201. And this is the public envelope. And inside, we will find a private envelope. Yeah, moving in the right direction. orientation. So again, you see my return address, and what does that one say? Private and confidential for addressee only, all rights reserved. And then that one has the embossed seal for my estate. And then again, you see my return address label. And again, this one is addressed to the Secretary for the Department of Health and Human Services. Inside is one of two pamphlets of paper, which is the archival setting. As you guys can see, I have the grommet, 100% pure silk ribbon. Again, my flag, my seal, coat of arms, flag goes down. My embossed flag is for the estate. Sealing the document, keeping these pages forever linked together. They cannot be separated. And of course, you see my stamp from the Internal Revenue Service. I believe that's October 1st, 2021. Yep.
You need to add an addendum to your house seal there, and it needs to say thunderstruck.
This contains a certificate of service, cover letter, table of contents, claim of title and status correction, outstanding certificate of title, Minnesota Rule 220, exemplified copy of name change decree, and ecclesiastical deed poll. There's my change of name deed, and there is, these are copies. That's why. That's my ecclesiastical deed poll on 11 or 8.5 by 14 robin's egg paper. And as you can see on the back, they are for special deposits. Every single page has that on there.
So now you need to turn that title into a good deed.
Okay. So there's another package that goes with this document. It's in here. It just hasn't been assembled with the archival setting. And the reason I stopped doing this November, a year ago, this past November, is because I didn't want to send in a whole bunch of different packages. I want to put it all together and make one big complete package. So I couldn't find eyelets, grommets, rivets, whatever you want to call these, tall enough, had a tall enough barrel to attach all these pieces of paper securely. This is just a standard one that, you know, you can buy every day. The other ones are special order. It took me months to find them, but I have a shit ton of them now. You can only buy them in bulk by 1,000 at a time, which sucks, but is what it is. So that's why I stopped on that. And then I was like, oh, you know, do we have to file all this? What does all this mean? So that's what I'm doing. So who are all these going to? Let me see if they're the recipient list is in here.
Hey, you know, I'm gonna give you what I would do before you send all that stuff out, right? Before you start grommeting things and making everything bound, you really should put those things on public record and then put a notice in the newspaper for 30 days.
Yeah,
right? And then after you've done that and you filed it on the record, then you bind it. And after the 30 days and you get the notice, you go down and make the acknowledgement, turn the title into good deed, and then you send the good deeds out. Because right now it's just a floating title. It has to be converted into good deed, which means from public to private. Everything's about due process, even though it shouldn't be required. But at the end of the day, if you're doing equity, then you have to do the due process. Right? It's part of it.
And this is my enclosure cover letter, certificate of service. And it's dated November 30th, 2021. So obviously you can see how long it's been since I've even looked at this. And this is what I wrote. Congratulations. You have received this private and confidential package of instruments either as a mandatory notification or as a courtesy notification from the private American national. See, I'd go back and change that now. Age of majority, sojourning on the land and soil, non-combatant, peaceable, non-resident, alien, living man. Floyd.
What terminology would you use, Floyd, now instead of American national? Non-citizen U.S. national?
Yeah.
That's the terminology that they use, is non-citizen U.S. national.
Yep. Absolutely. The enclosure package is presented as a special deposit by special appearance, private and confidential matter for the quote status, unquote, and quote standing, unquote, be corrected with the various agencies, departments, commissions, divisions, entities, and persons herewith so notably designated. Instructions as per your oath of office, oath of allegiance, and oath to the Most High, and not to overindulge you with a lengthy tutorial of instructions. This presentment is to correct the status and standing of the artificial, fictional, and natural nonfiction persons, Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV, all capitals, and Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV, proper grammar, respectively, including but not limited to any and all derivatives, abbreviations, variations with or without suffix thereto of either person. Correction of status and standing has been perfected, and it is the duty of all recipients, successors, or assigns to provide remedy post haste in accord with trusts, treaties, agreements, etc., to correct all recorded and institutionalized data, information for private and public usage. And in such correction of status and standing, including but not limited to access and usage of all major and minor individual master file trusts and recognition of foreign diplomat with all immunities, protections, and jurisdiction. The full faith and credit of the United States of America as designated by the Department of State's authentication number, and the state of Texas Secretary of State's authentication number, to certificate of live birth number, and file number, as Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV is a consumer as defined by the Code of Federal Regulations, the United States codes, and debtor due to the bankruptcy of the United States. Gold, silver-backed money being withdrawn from circulation and use, gold, silver confiscated by the United States, all household, personal, and living expense debts of Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV are the responsibility of the United States government as fiduciary of the trust. Access to the major and minor trusts for discharge of debts via credit card must be issued to Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV as soon as possible to offset the growing debt and balance the books. Should there be any questions regarding fulfillment of status and standing correction or any other instruments, information, etc. required, you are demanded to immediately contact Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV by the fastest means of communication provided here and below without haste. Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV has a published fee schedule for transgressions upon his life, liberty, happiness, and property for any woman and person that violates any designated transgressions in their individual and official capacities. The appellations Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV and Floyd P. Tarvin are the sole property of Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV, as so lawfully registered in the Minnesota Secretary of State's office and Waller County, Texas Clerk's office, and any trespass upon these shall suffer remedy by confusing a living man with a corporate fictional person, as ignorance of the law is no excuse. Acknowledge of receipt and remedy. As an act of honor, good faith, and clean hands operation, you are herewith commanded to provide to Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV acknowledgement in writing of receipt and remedial actions taken by recipient or successor or assigns via USPS mail, signed, sealed, and delivered. You have now been noticed and are herewith liable for any non-performance in your individual and official capacities. Contents of private and confidential package. The following two packages of signed, sealed, delivered instruments are to be respected with the same full force as the original instruments, and that you accept them in honor, good faith, and with clean hands to provide all diligence so deserved and directed. Enclosure, cover letter, certificate of service. Package of one contains the following front and back instrument copies, and that's what this is. Certificate of service. Okay, that's out one. Stamped by the IRS. Cover letter, table of contents, claim of title of status correction, outstanding certificate of title registration memorial form SS5 FS amended application, Minnesota Court Rule 220, birth certificate rule, my double authenticated certificate of live birth, exemplified copy name change, name entry, collateral dig poll. Package number 2 contains the following front and back instrument copies. Public notice writ from the House of Tarvin, sworn statement of fact, appearance of error, notice of claim, will and testament, notice of quorum, double authenticated certificate of live birth, U.S., my passport card, social security card. To answer your question, recipients of contents of private and confidential package, the following two packages of signed, sealed, and delivered instruments have been assigned to you, successors or assigns for lawful procedure and remedy in honor, good faith, clean hands to provide all diligence so deserved and directed from the Most High of all things. As presented via mandatory notification or as a courtesy notification, any omissions or mandatory or courtesy recipients were not deliberate and were errors and will be corrected upon notice. So I have a list of all my recipients, as you can see. Hang on, Erica, and I'll let you in a minute. I'll let you in now. Let me finish this up and then we can roll right into you. Secretary General of the United Nations, Pope Francis, the Vatican. The President of the International Court of Justice in The Hague, Netherlands. The United States President at Mar-a-Lago, the United States President at Washington, D.C., whichever. U.S. Defense Secretary, U.S. Attorney General, U.S. Treasury Secretary, U.S. Agriculture Secretary, U.S. Commerce Secretary, U.S. Interior Secretary, U.S. Health and Human Services, U.S. Housing and Urban Development, U.S. Labor Secretary, Homeland Security Secretary, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, U.S. Transportation Secretary, U.S. Postmaster General, Commissioner of the IRS, Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, U.S. Secret Service Director, FTC Chair, Commissioner of the Social Security Administration, Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas Attorney General, Texas Governor.
Could you just do a Google and say how many agencies are there, and then just start math?
Well, there's even more that I've added on to this since then. Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court, the Comptroller of the State of Texas, Texas Secretary of State, the Director over the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Director over the Parole Division, Chair over the Board of Pardons and Paroles, Texas, my trial judge, the Harris County Sheriff, Harris County District Attorney, the county judge, the City of Houston Mayor, the City of Houston Police Chief, Federal Trade Commission Chair, the Chair of the FDIC, and the Director of the IRS. And then I have some more written down in a spiral notebook that I have yet to add. So that kind of gives you an idea of the breadth of entities that you can contact. I will tell you this from my own personal experience, hearing it straight out of the mouth of an IRS agent face to face, that when you file something into one federal department, agency, or bureau or division, it gets filed into all of them because it goes to your master file. So that's the answer to that question. And finally, we have the gorgeous Arica Kildae. How you doing, beautiful?
Good, thank you.
Oh,
That grin on his
Thank you.
face.
Thank you for such a compliment.
He must be
Oh,
happy to
you're
see you
welcome.
today.
yeah. Man, look, I love women who do different things with their hair. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of like you're getting a different woman, every day. And I was telling a friend of mine this because when I was in prison, I had to go to the pill window every day, take my psych meds because I was so depressed for 10 years. We had this one that she was attractive melanated girl, and every day she did her hair different. She might wear it over her side ponytail, or next day she might do a big bouffant, or next day she might have it pulled back, or next day she might come in, it might be blue, and constantly changing it up, and I always kind of like party with her a little bit, and I was like, man, I go, do you have a boyfriend? She goes, yeah. I'm going, man, he's a lucky man. He gets a different woman every day. She just thought that was a little cool. Well, good. I'm glad to have you back. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought Jesse said something.
So I just need to know now, do I need to change my hair again next week, or what's the expectation going forward? Like
that's up to your audience,
okay.
Or your husband.
Well, my son did give me fashion advice today. So he was very specific with what he thought would be a good plan for me. So
yeah. Well, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Right. You were on last Tuesday at 2:00. So you now have a place in my lineup.
Wow.
We're going to have you on every Tuesday at 2. Usually you follow Ann MIA today. I don't know what happened to her, but no big deal. I get her on anytime. Well, usually. So last week you touched upon an application for 4-H that you went in and revised the copy that they gave you and resubmitted it. And some of you who all you gotta do is go back and watch my last Tuesday show. go in at about the 2-hour mark and you can catch Arica's previous segment. So they just readily accepted that. Didn't even bat an eye.
Yep.
There
Yeah,
you go.
I haven't received the part where I wanted them to sign and send it back. I haven't received that back, but you know, that's okay. At least it's a form, I guess, of me giving notice to them.
Okay. Are you doing any kind of service with that certificate of service?
No, husband walked it in, so you know.
Okay. All right. You now have co-hosting abilities to share your screen or get rid of Jesse, whatever you'd like to do.
I don't know. It could be fun.
So there's people on here that have no idea who you are. So go ahead and give your little bio introduction. Tell them who you are and what you're all about and what your motivations are.
Oh, okay. Well, my name is Arica Kildae, and I have lived in Washington my entire life until the last year and a half. And my family and I up and decided to move to Kentucky, and we now live in rural Kentucky. And it's been an amazing experience for my son. He has had tremendous growth, and we've all learned a lot. As you can imagine, rural Kentucky is quite different than Seattle. So that's been very interesting. I have been studying for some time now, and I am very passionate about teaching families how to take control of the things that they ought to be in control of. So, for example, we know that, especially in 2020, a lot of us had our eyes opened to the ways that we really perhaps didn't believe we had control over things we thought we had control over. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And I started definitely examining some of the things that I thought that I had power over or a say about, and realized that I didn't if I remained thinking in some of the ways that I had thought and agreeing to some of the contracts I didn't realize I had agreed to. And so what I'm trying to do right now is really teach people how they can look over their families' agreements and contracts, and even recognize things that are contracts that they didn't realize were contracts previously. So I homeschool, and we've homeschooled for about 10 years. And I'm actually going to share a little bit of our journey that got us into homeschooling today. And that's going to segue into power of attorney information as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and queue up my presentation here. And let's see here. Let me get my screen share going. And Floyd has offered to, when he's back, look at the questions for me, because I know I'm going to get distracted. So he's going to look at the questions if you guys have any while we're going through this. So
I'm here.
Okay. 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 So I'm going to get this in the presenter mode. So today we're going to go over power of attorney. And I have talked to many families, and it's been interesting to me to see that the idea of a power of attorney seems so overwhelming. And oh my, back. And what's been interesting, oh geez, it is just going through, isn't it? Let's go back to that one. There we go. Okay, no, that is not what we want to do. Sorry about this. I didn't realize I had it on the timer. There we go. So what a lot of people don't realize is that they can write their own power of attorney. And okay, I want to control the slide maybe. Well, I think I'm going to go about this a different way. So, so what a lot of people have asked me, well, don't I need an attorney to write a power of attorney? How can you just write those forms yourself? And it's actually very easy. You don't need a huge skill set to be able to do it. And what I like to say is, if you can parent, you can write a power of attorney. So what I mean by that is that if you know what you want for your kid and you know what you don't want for your kid, you can write those things down and you can express it on a piece of paper. So that is the gist of like a power of attorney. Write down what you want, write down what you don't want, and nominate a party, and go from there. It's that easy. So I've got a QR code up for my Facebook page, Private Families, and you are welcome to scan that and join our group. So part of my journey that I wanted to share with you today is the year that my son was in kindergarten. We actually had him in a public school, and I was working full time, and that's just kind of how our family was set up then. So in probably February of that year, there was a, I'll say BOMB, I don't know if I can say that out loud, threat that was called into the school. And at the time, I didn't know what to think, but they'd sent all the kids home for the day. And then the notice ended up being that it was the next day because they didn't have the situation resolved and it was ongoing. And then the next day, and then the day after that. And so nothing had been resolved or changed. On about maybe the fourth day or so, they were like, hey, we got to get these kids back to school. So they had put in place all of these situations in which the kids could come back. And I remember thinking, wait a second. So it wasn't safe to go back on Monday, wasn't safe to go back on Tuesday. But the kids can go back. But here's a scenario in which they said the kids could go back. The kids could go in a certain order, one at a time, but parents couldn't go in, and neither could anyone else. And parents also couldn't drop off early, they couldn't drop off late, and they couldn't come early to pick up their child. So once your child was through the doors, they were through the doors. And I sat back and thought about that. I'm like, okay, so nothing has gotten safer, like number one. Number two, once my kid's in the door, I can't go get him. Are you kidding me? That's not going to happen. And then the other thing was that they were going to have, it was something like the FBI and the local police and something else, and they were going to have sniffing dogs patrolling the halls in the school. So again, I'm thinking to myself, okay, so my kid can't go early. He has to go in by himself. He's in a building that I'm not allowed to go inside, and I can't pick him up early. So I have no access to my child. Not only that, but they are normalizing a police presence and the fact that sniffing dogs could be roaming the halls. And I'm just thinking to myself, yeah, no, we are not going to be doing this. And that was the week that we decided to homeschool because I couldn't believe that parents would send their children into a scenario where they did not have access to their own children. And at that point, I wasn't a huge conspiracy theorist, but I knew that that was something I felt very, very uncomfortable with. And that marks the beginning of when I really started to look at who has control of my child and when they have control of my child. And, how do we as parents need to think about this? So that was a good marker in my life and in my family's life for really being able to define what my parenting role needs to be for my child and then in relation to the outside world. So fast forward to some of the things we have going on in our world. And as you know, we've got some crazy stuff that went into place for the year of 2020. And I just want to highlight some of those things. So coming from Washington State, there are a lot of things that I looked at for Washington. So that's where my familiarity is right now. So this is part of the Washington codes concerning health class. And the point that I wanted to share here was the filing a written request with the school district board of directors. So what this is referring to is if you wanted to exempt your child from anything in your health class, you can't just say, no, sorry, I'm going to pull, Jane Doe out of health class. You have to file a written request with the school district board of directors. So when you're requesting, you're actually telling them that they have the authority to say no to you. So yes. So,
oh my God.
So if I'm requesting, can I please take my child out of whatever pornographic thing you're going to be showing them this week for health class? You're asking permission. And I'm sorry, as a parent, I'm not going to ask permission for my child to not be a part of whatever perverse thing is going to be taking place. So I just want to point this out to parents because this language is probably found all over our nation in every school district. Start looking at the laws that are around these things for your state, and look at the language that's being used that indicates that they have the power over you and what's being taught to your student. Who are you having to go, or your child? Who are you going to have to ask permission from? And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be asking permission for these types of things. There are some other things that happened in Washington, and I spent quite a bit of time today looking for some of the wacko things that had gone into place in 2021, and I couldn't find them. But the gist of it is that they have self-appointed authorizations. And so I saw that they, for example, had the power to isolate your child without parent consent. And that is something without getting too conspiracy minded, but just out of a basic parent concern for this type of thing. That's something that was concerning to me because I don't want to be sending my child into a situation again where someone else has the authority to say, oh, Sally had the sniffles today. We're going to go and isolate her and not allow her to go home. Or we're going to report this to the school district or to the health district, right? With all the contact tracing. Well, there was, and like I said, I looked, but I couldn't find the exact information, but there was something that was in place in Washington State that did this exact thing where they had the powers to do all of the things I just mentioned. And I can't imagine sending my child to school under those circumstances. So I know this sounds like a big bummer, but I'm going to be giving you guys some options about what I would do if I were in that scenario here in a little bit. So, the other thing that we know that are taking place is that young girls, I think it's 12 years old, can go in and get an abortion without parent consent. They can go in and get vaccines. I know this is really pushed in California, and not quite sure about some of the other states, but they can go in, they can get vaccines. We know that our kids are being separated from the authority of their parents constantly. They can get random health care. They can get mental health care. As I have talked about a little bit in the past, I have a 20-year-old son who had quite an extensive medical situation. And just real quickly, he was diagnosed at 3 years old with cancer and has had a lifetime of different surgeries and interventions. And I knew that these laws were in place, not just with his school, but at the hospital where we had been receiving care. And I was concerned knowing that he was hitting that point in time at 12, 13 years old where developmentally he was maybe having some issues, but I was concerned that maybe someone would come in and say, hey, you have the right to start making your own healthcare choices. And the choices he'd been making at that point weren't, I was concerned that, I'm going to try and say this gently. I didn't want to take away rights for my child's, my right to say, yes or no to what happens to his body. I never want to take that away. But I also didn't want to have him making decisions that weren't developmentally appropriate for him. And I saw that as a huge liability. And I think that is something to consider. So that brings us to power of attorney. And where we have an option to go and really make a difference for our kids. Like, so for example, mental health. I didn't want my child being on medications I didn't know about. It would have perhaps been very easy for a mental health care provider to come in and prescribe medications, and I would have no idea. And again, that's not me wanting to violate my child's privacy, but I also believe that there is a time and a place for developmentally appropriate freedoms, I guess. So let's see. So back to, if you can parent, you can POA, right? If there's a void, it will always be filled. So if I don't stand up and say that this is my right, like, yes, you can, no, you can't, sort of a thing, there will be something that fills that space. So there will be somebody making that decision. And as a parent, I want to be the one that's making that decision. So with this case, I've already signed everything over. Hypothetically, if my kid were in public school, like, I've already signed everything over to the school. So let's jump back real quick to that scenario where my youngest son was at a school where they had the situation going down with the police and the bomb sniffing dogs and the no parents access. Well, if I had already agreed to all that, not knowing that I agreed to that, but to continue to agree to that would have been to send my child under those circumstances back to school, because that would be telling the school that I agreed with it, right? So if I take away the school's power of attorney to be able to act in those ways, I can't just take it away and I can't just go to the school and say, no, we're not going to do this anymore. But I have to replace it with something. So today we're going to talk about doing a rescission, like taking away those powers, but also replacing it. So it's just like a child. And this is back to the whole like parenting thing, right? So if I take away the negative thing that I don't want my child to have, well, there's going to be an explosion, right? So I need to take away the toy I don't want them to have, and I need to give them the toy I want them to have. Well, think about that with your school district, or think about that with the health department, or think about that with whatever other government entity you might be thinking about. So we can't just say, no, but my belief is that we have to replace that with something. And another example is we need to give notice. So you can't just not show up. So here's my spouse example. You've been married for 10 years. As a wife, I'm home making dinner, and the expectation is my husband gets home at, let's say, 6 p.m. every night after work. And we haven't had any other discussion that it would be any other way. So my assumption, and rightly so, is that he would be home at 6 o'clock to come have dinner with me and the family. Well, somewhere along the road, he decides that that's not what he's going to be doing, and the situation has changed. And so he just doesn't show up. Well, me, I don't hear from him by 6:30, by 7. Man, it would be really nice to know, okay, it becomes 10 o'clock at night and I'm really scared. I'm really freaking out because I should have been given notice by my spouse. He's decided to go live another life and just, decides he's got rights and takes off. Well, maybe that would have been okay if he would have told me, but he didn't. So think about that in terms of you and the school district, or you and the government. If things change, you need to let them know. You need to let them know that the contract is different or it no longer exists. As a wife, I'm going to be there really worried about my spouse and just thinking, I've got to call the cops. I've got to call whoever. I'm going to call everybody I know and raise the alarm that something is wrong because I've had this expectation for 10 years that my spouse would be home. Well, if you've had your kid in school, or you've signed up for all these different contracts that we don't always know about or aren't always there for us, and then we just suddenly stop doing things without giving notice, well, the other party or the government or agency or whoever, or school district, whoever, might be the one sounding the alarm and be very concerned because you have agreed every step of the way. And every year, let's say you're a homeschool family, you've reported your homeschooling every year to the state, and then suddenly you stop. Well, that's going to create an issue. So my point is, you need to create notice. And it's really important that you do so that no one is sounding the alarm on you when your behavior or your family language or rules or rhythm changes. So the other thing is that done is better than none. So sometimes I get a little self-conscious about sharing some of my stuff or some of my documents, because I know that they're not perfect. But I'll tell you this, I'd rather have them in place and not perfect than nothing in place, because that's going to be some level of protection. And just like me, you will learn and you will grow and you will come up with documents that may not be perfect today, but as you learn and grow, you will be able to come up with documents that work maybe better for your family or in your circumstance. And even for myself, I'm looking at things going, oh, I should add a document for that. Or maybe we could do this additional thing, or maybe that would be better. And guess what? You have the freedom to not be perfect today, but just get it done and improve later, improve tomorrow, right? So that's my encouragement to you, is just do something rather than nothing. So what do you think, Floyd? Like, do you agree with me that do something rather than nothing?
You are a blessing to America. That's all I'm going to say. Your diligence, your thoughtfulness, your kindness, your generosity are just overwhelming. That's why I have you on here, because I don't know anybody else that's doing what you're doing, diving into the minutia of protecting your child, across everything you can think of, and the forethought and some of the things that you've done definitely trigger something in me, and of course my daughter's, in grad school. So for the real young children who are developing, you're so wonderful. Thank you for being on.
Well, and the great part about it too is that it's not just for young kids, because there have been times that I've second guessed myself. I'm like, well, he is 14, he could probably handle this himself, right? But the fact is, he's still under 18. He is not an adult, and it's not too late to start certain things, to stop other things, to create protections, because he's still under my authority. He's still my responsibility. It's not too late. So, that's the encouragement I want to give families, that I don't care if your kid is 17, you still have time you still have time to put paperwork in place and to protect your child. And the other part of that is that you can set an example for advocating for your family. Because at least for myself, I believe that one of the biggest lies that have been perpetuated is that we're done with our kids at 18. I don't believe that that's the case. I think that not every child is ready to be on their own and leave at 18.
Right.
And
There's some
I know-
35-year-olds who would agree with you.
yes, yep. And I mean, that could be a developmental issue, but that could also be just that sometimes you need more time at home. I know that developmentally, I wasn't necessarily ready to leave home at 18, and I came back a few times, and my parents were very gracious with that. Anyway, I think that putting paperwork in place, even with teenagers, is important. And later on, when we talk about driving, that will, come back again, and that will resurface with how we put paperwork in place now.
Traveling?
So I'm traveling. Yes. But for the general population, for the average mom and dad with a teenager right now that don't use our language, it'll be driving.
Okay.
But
Driving Miss Daisy crazy.
that's right. So let's see, on to the next one here. So if you take a POA away, you need to replace it with something else, right? So the way you're going to take away power of attorney for school district, state, health departments, whatever else you wanted to add to that list, is that you need to give notice, right?
Right.
So what I encourage parents to do is to think through what I don't want someone else doing for my child and what I don't want them presuming, and then come up with a list of things that you do want to start, a list of things that you want to stop, and then go from there. So it might be to take all of my offspring out of the health department database. It may be, going to the state level and saying, take all of my offspring out of the school system database, pretend like they never existed, right? Or pretend like we never had a contract. And I'm going to rescind all of my signatures that might have indicated that I've agreed to this in the past. So what that could look like is doing an affidavit of revocation, a notice of revocation, a notice of correction. And the power of this is really in what you determine that's going to be. So again, it doesn't have to be perfect. You've just got to get your point across, and you've got to do it, right?
Right.
So a little bit more of a formal revocation that I have, it's actually not my document, someone else put it together, but I tweaked it just a little bit. And this is one that an adult would typically write for themselves and send in to their state or any number of government agencies that you'd like to send it to. But this is an example of something that you could send in if you wanted to rescind everything that possibly has a contract between you and the government. And
Ouch.
yeah. So I don't know that, I think that not all families are necessarily comfortable with doing that right now, of your typical family, because they're uncertain about what that might mean. But if you are ready for the jump, you could definitely send this immediate withdrawal consent that rescinds every contract that you could possibly be in. Or you could take this, go ahead.
Define that for people. Break that down for them.
Well, okay, let me.
Would that mean that you would be resigning as agent too? Is that included in there? It's all encompassing?
Well, I'm not quite sure what you mean by agent because I'm going from the parent perspective. And as a parent, I'm going in as the mother. Like I would be the agent for my child, right? So
Right.
I'm going in as the mother, the trustee, the attorney. In fact, like I'm going in all of these, or name holder, like all of those things. I'm taking that position when I go in and I'm saying, state, you no longer are these things. That's me. And I'm redefining those positions. And I think that's a really important thing to do, is to go in and redefine who does what,
Right.
because that's really messed up right now.
Okay.
So
I just misunderstood what you were saying. When you said that you're doing a revocation of election to get rid of all contracts, you're basically saying the ones that your children are under, not necessarily the ones that you are under, so that you can come in and exercise those rights on their behalf.
yes, because
Okay.
I have entered into those contracts on their behalf. And so what I'm doing, if I were to send this in, would be to say, dear state, I have in error signed up for all of these things on my child's behalf. And so any contract that you think you have with my child, I am now revoking that.
All right. Got you. Okay.
Does
I'm following.
that make sense?
Makes absolute sense.
Yeah. So anyway, so this might be more of an intense form than like your typical family would want to send in, but that's why I go back to, you know, the different things that you can do over here in terms of, okay,
Are you
just make
sharing your
sure.
screen? Because we're not seeing your screen. All we're seeing is your Kildae journey.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
no.
And we're not seeing anything. You gotta do your share screen at the bottom. That little green share screen, click on that and it's gonna pop up.
I thought that it was sharing like the whole presentation. Okay.
Oh, no.
Really? Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, you can start over.
Um, Okay. Thank you for bearing with me. And I'm glad we now know.
She's just starting out. This is her second video with me, so she will get it. She'll learn.
I will get it.
It'll eventually be seamless. And I meant to tell you this earlier when I spoke to you. If I can find a video editor out there, somebody who wants to volunteer to go through these live videos and break them up into individual segments per guest, that would be freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I just don't have time. You know, it's not hard. I have the software capabilities of doing it. I just don't have the time. I barely have time to do what I need to do anyway. All right. Well, here you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's start over. You might want to blow that up a little bit if you can.
Okay. Well, here, hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to this. Man, I thought that I had this whole thing down. So, okay.
That's all right.
Okay. Can you see this? Okay.
Health class. Yep.
Yep. Okay. So this is the Washington State health class information I was referring to earlier. And this is the code down here. Here's where it talks about if you don't want your kid in the health class, you have to file a written request with the school district board of directors. And that to me was just outrageous. And here it is. This is what is in their code. And so I want you to see that it's actually there. And also, again, encourage families to go in and take a look at what they're agreeing to when they send kids to school. They're agreeing to have to ask someone for their kid not to be shown some of the pornographic things that are in place right now.
Now, when it says school district board of directors, does that mean you have to send it to each individual board member? Or does that go just to one entity and covers all of it?
I don't know, but it's one too many for me.
Okay, right. Yeah, hang on. I got to take a call.
Okay, so I'm going to get to my next my next one here, which was, again, thank you for bearing with me. I don't know why I can't see this. Okay. Jesse, can you tell me if you see, okay, here it is. So this is the part that I talked about where, we've been given the power, the school has been given the power to isolate our children or activate the contact tracing. Even some of the stuff that I had looked at talked about how they could just keep your kid if they felt like they had the sniffles, or if they had erroneously tested positive for something, or even if they had, I'm sorry, I don't want you keeping my kid. I want my kid coming home tonight after school. So, and the other thing is that I think that when I wanted to share this image because when I saw it online in 2020, 21, whenever that was, it was shocking to me that we would be sending our kids into a circumstance where they are having things pointed at their head and it's becoming normalized, that we are having the presumption of being ill before we're having the presumption of being well. Number one, that's really sad. Number two, it's being normalized. And number three, what does it look like is being pointed at your head? I don't want my kid thinking that that's normal. So if I didn't want this happening, if I didn't want a temperature taken every day, that my kid goes into school or whatever other, environment where they're going to be doing this, I need to let them know what I do want to have happen, which is not that. So, okay, so my next one is, this whole idea of taking the POA away and some of the different ways in which you can do that. You can write a really formal document. You can go in and you can issue an affidavit. You can issue notices. It can be a notice of correction, a notice of revocation of a power of attorney for the school district or whoever you'd like to issue that to. I like to have a list of, I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to stop doing that, or you're going to start doing this. You're going to stop doing that. So I want you to start leaving my kid alone. I want you to start deleting his name from your database. I want you to stop adding additional information about my child to your database, and that sort of thing. So my next one was that withdrawal of consent notice. I'm going to pop that up here. And again, this is something that had been, that I had seen being used for adults. And so this is a form that's been out for a while. I just went and edited it a little bit to be about a child. And I've done that with some other forms that we'll take a look at. So this one is concerning first, last, middle, or last, first, middle. That would be my child or offspring's name. I'm identifying him as a living soul, and he's my flesh because I'm writing this from my perspective as a parent. As an adult, you would write this, I this or I that. So this has what we're just talking about, the formal language where you're rescinding all of these things for yourself. But in this format, I'm rescinding them as a parent. And then I'm also going to be putting my thumbprint on there as a parent, and then identifying myself and then who my child is to me. And again, like if you wanted to do a very formal something or other, this would be like a one-page version of something that you could do. So let me get back to the share again. I don't know why I can't just flip through it. So. Okay, so when you take it away, you take away their permissions, you need to replace it with something else. So again, it's very advisable to give notice. So I want to let them know what I want them doing and what I want them presuming. I want them, instead of me having to go to the school district or the health department and having them make me ask them for permission, I want them to come to me and say, oh, we're going to be showing nasty things that are not age appropriate in health class. Is that okay with you, dear parent? And so we want to really change the tables on that and help them remember who really is in charge. But according to a lot of agreements that we find ourselves in right now, because we've entered into those agreements and not realized it, they're really the ones in charge until we revoke that understanding. So again, I like to go back and look at, I want to start doing this, I want to stop doing that. And maybe for everyone here, it might give you an idea about how you can start formulating your thoughts so it will be in your language and it will be your desires that are being executed. And again, even if it's not perfect, it'll be something. And that's more important than nothing. Okay, I'm going to go to the next one. So here's a few ideas. I realized right before I got on that Fearless Floyd had gone through a very extensive list of government agencies. So this is nowhere near the list that he had. But to make it simple, here's a short list that you can send your revocation and a new POA to. So that would be like your Secretary of State, Department of Education, Superintendent for your state, your school district board of directors, and your school district superintendent. And then oftentimes I found that local schools may have presumed jurisdiction. So if there's one of those for you, like if your kid like isn't in school and you're doing this because you want to be a free homeschooler, then you would find out who that school is, which you probably would already know. And then the health department. And I think that the health department is one jurisdiction that is often overlooked, but in my opinion, it is one of the most important, because we've seen ourselves go into this new period of time where that particular part of our families is under attack. And so addressing your state and county health department, I think, is very important to let them know that you're not going to participate in contact tracing. You're not going to participate in your child being in a database, and whatever else you determine is important for you and your family. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to talk about is sometimes when you fill out these forms, they want you to give an emergency contact. And my question is, well, let's say you have your emergency contact information all filled out. Let's say that you have trusted people in place to be your emergency contact. But aside from filling out a name, a phone number, an email address, and perhaps relation to you, like that emergency contact is friend or grandma or neighbor, what really does that emergency contact have the power to do? Are they allowed to pick up your child? Are they allowed to feed your child? Are they allowed to bring them in for a medical appointment? Well, what exactly can happen in that emergency scenario? And we're not even going to get into what constitutes an emergency, because that would be different for every family. So I encourage you to think about what that looks like. Let's get back to who the emergency contact is. So let's say my child is at his 4-H event and they decide they needed to contact the emergency contact. Well, what then can that emergency contact do? So on your firms, or maybe you haven't thought through this, can that emergency contact actually go and get medical care for your child? or are their hands tied and they can't bring them to the ER or wherever else that child might need to go? Or let's say they just need to be picked up. Well, can that emergency, does simply being an emergency contact also constitute the ability to pick up and drop off your child? So I don't want to leave that to chance. So I want to be the one to dictate what that emergency contact can actually do, because we all are going to have different definitions about what that looks like for our family. So why shouldn't we be the ones to determine and define that? So that's exactly what I've done. Let me pull up my, I call this my everyday power of attorney. And I have the fortunate situation in my family where, let's see, my, I hope that you can see my everyday POA. It should be a pink screen. Oh, there we go. So I have the fortunate circumstance to have my mom living just about 5 miles from our house. And so consequently, she is going to be available and will be picking up my kid and dropping him off and be involved in different things like church and maybe medical appointments. She's brought him to get his haircut before. So there's going to be different things like that where I want my mom to feel like she has the freedom to be able to do that for me and my family. And I want her to also know that she is protected in that should anything go wrong, that she's protected from anything going wrong, right? But there are certain things in there that I've spelled out. So there are things she can do in general, but there are definitely things that she already knows my wishes and I know that she will honor. So she's not going to go and get what I would say is number one here. She's not going to go give him the V word, right? Like that's just not going to happen. But I also have it spelled out, so it's very clear that that's not going to happen. And the thing I like about this is that I took just a general minor power of attorney that I found online, and then I went and I made that document my own. And guess what? It may not be perfect, but it's what I have in place right now. I have a copy. My mom has a copy. I include a copy with, like I sent out the 4-H paperwork. I sent power of attorney for my mom with the 4-H paperwork, and under emergency contact, I said, see power of attorney, so that they'll know that they can refer to that. And then 4-H, the people there will feel comfortable in knowing that there is a power of attorney that specifically says what she can and cannot do. And then one of the things to note in there is that I said the authorization does not extend to routine medical care or to the use of a social security number. I don't think my mom's going to go and give his social security number to, a bunch of people, but I do want that in place so that that's not going to be happening, right? So my next one here is
Yeah, I'd like to give you kudos for form over substance. Good job there.
Well, thank you. Let's see. Oh, I shut it down. Okay. Okay. I promise I will get this figured
I
out.
think I said that right. I meant substance over form. Excuse me.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I think that I'm just really trying to, get it done. And we can spend a lot of time like editing or trying to get our words perfect, but there is something to be said for just getting it done, right? So this one is a travel POA that I had set up for my son. He got on an airplane last year and flew from Cincinnati to Seattle by himself. And as a side note on a child traveling, it is worthy to note that the airlines actually do a really good job to prevent child trafficking. And all the measures that they put in place, I was really impressed by what they had done to protect him. And so just want to put that out there for anybody thinking about having their kid travel alone. Like, it was a scenario in which I felt very safe. So so there's that. Okay, so when he went, my mother-in-law, grandma, was going to be picking him up at the airport and then dropping him off. Well, I wanted to make sure that there were documents in place that actually allowed that to happen. Because, you know, I can tell the airlines and I can sign paperwork with them, but I wanted to be, so context also is that he was going to Seattle. And at the time, Kentucky had dropped all their mandates quite some time, like months and months and months prior to that. Washington still had all of their mandates in place, all of the masking mandates, and even the restaurants in King County in Washington, so like exactly in Seattle, you couldn't sit down at the restaurant unless you could show your Vax card. So I felt a little, and we had some relatives that weren't pleased with us that we hadn't chosen to get that medical intervention for our child. And so I was like, okay, we really want him to go see grandma. We want him to see some friends because we've been gone for a little while now. So how can I do this in a way that's going to make me feel safe? So this is what I came up with. And I really felt good about this because I'd outlined all of the things that were important to me. So especially under the medical stuff. And I felt like grandma was given all the free range that she needed to be able to care for him in the manner that was going to work for her, but also for us. So if he was with us, this part down here, masking, is to be avoided when at all possible. I would just say no masking if it were me, right? Because I know that I could go in and I could handle that circumstance well myself. And certainly we've given our son the language to be able to handle that. But I knew that it would be additional stress for my mother-in-law to try and get that language down. And she was totally fine with masking anywhere at any time. And that's not my family's belief, but I also know that I need to be realistic. And I knew that realistically, he was going to have to put a mask on at, different times. So I think with something like that, you need to be realistic about where your kid's going and what's actually going to happen versus, in my ideal world, there would never be a mask put on my child's face. So just as an example of, I want to partner with someone who's caring for my kid, yet remain true to my family's value system. So on this, I have a start and an end date, unlike the one that I have with my mom. I don't have, I have certain criteria, but I don't have a start and an end date because she's going to be around and we're going to need her help. And I want her to feel free to be able to take him and do whatever needs to happen. So, and again, on grandma's, I've given her a hold harmless clause so that she can freely care for him and know our desires in her doing that. So not only did I do one for grandma, but there was going to be a group of friends that our son was going to be staying with for like a week or so during that time. And I also wrote one for them that gave them permission to transport and do different things like that. And then I also, not knowing if something were going to fall through with the pickup and drop off on the airport, I gave them permission to do pickup and drop off at the airport if they were going to need to do that. So so I have another form that I've done here, and this is one that I've talked to a few people about, and it is the live life claim. And so this would be one that I know many adults have sent. Where did it go? Oh, here we go. Many adults have sent to the government for themselves, and this accompanies something else. So let's say that you, so we know that we are considered dead, right? And again, like I like to gear my talks more toward families who aren't necessarily in our world, where we know we have specific language and different things that we're going to use, and where people would typically be familiar with the affidavit of life. But I'm going to bring this up because I think that it's important. I want to tell you what's happened with our family since I use this for my son. Again, this is one that many parents, that many adults use, that is not typically used for children. But I tweaked this one for my son, and had the witnesses do it. This is the affidavit of life, letting different agencies know that my child is alive and that he is not dead, because that is what I've come to believe is our responsibility, given the system that we live within, is to let them know that we are alive. So I did this for him. I also sent out the letter that typically goes with it, which is a cease and desist letter. And I will pull that up next. So again, just to clarify, this form is typically something an adult would send out. I tweaked it to do it on behalf of my child, using his identifiers, because I want this on record, so that if there's any question. Now, guess what? When he's an adult, he doesn't have to go do this because I've done it for him. So let me get on to the next one. So next one is the cease and desist. Let me see if it's loading now. So I did the cease and desist, and this was the cease and desist that goes with the affidavit of life. And again, this is something that adults have typically sent out for themselves. Some of the discussions I've had with people are that they're saying, no, don't do that, for your kid. That's only for an adult. So I use my best judgment and I just did it for my kid. So what I did is I tweaked the language so it's coming on behalf of myself. I called myself the name holder. I put my thumbprint on it and sent it out to a slew of agencies. So I did the affidavit of life, did this letter, sent it to the IRS. So like a year later, I got a notice back from the IRS that says they've updated their files. They basically called me the executor. They sent out a 2D coupon, and they addressed my child in upper lowercase, not all caps. My name and my information on that letter was all caps, but his name was upper lowercase. So I thought that was very interesting to see that they had made that adjustment in their correspondence with me, which means that something had changed, right? That's a dishwasher. So let's see. So I would encourage you to do that with the IRS, because I believe it has changed his status. Oh boy. And then, sorry, does it keep going? And then the other part of that is that I sent it out to several other agencies. One was the FTC that you can see on that letter. And the FTC sent me back a notice that says they've updated their files. So I feel as though like I've covered some really important bases. The FDIC was the other agency I heard back from when I sent these notices out. And they also said that they've updated their files and that if I needed anything to reach back out to them. So nothing, I haven't received any other correspondence, but I think that that's worth mentioning, that as adults in this world of which we speak, we tend to think that these should only go out for ourselves, but in fact, they can go out for our children. And why not do it now? If you're going to sit down and do one for you and your spouse, do it for your kid too. So I made a list of the other agencies that I sent this out to. Let me again pull it up. So again, it's not as extensive as the agencies that Fearless Floyd was sharing with us when I joined. But just to give you an idea of some of the agencies I sent them to, since we know that our names are being traded and our social security numbers are being traded, it was important to me to send the cease and desist to the SEC and the Futures Trading Commission. And this is, again, just a short list. You can send it to whoever you would like, but I felt that this was important. So, and I've got 2 more slides for you. Floyd, are there any questions that have come up between now and is there anything that I need to address, or if you're there? I think that if anything, I would just want to conclude with, oh my. Oh, I guess it's me. I don't know what happened to Floyd. So I think I just want to wrap up with, you have more power than you think that you do. It's not too late for you to start doing these things on behalf of your kid. There's a void, and if that void isn't filled by you, it's going to be filled by somebody else. Send your documents out, even if they're not perfect. And I firmly believe that the most powerful document that you can create is the one that is created by you. And that is a really, really special thing. So, and it looks like I cannot share anymore. So I'm not quite sure what happened, but that's that. If you, I'm going to check the Facebook Live right now since we've lost Floyd and see. Oh, wow. It looks like there's lots of questions here that I missed. So if you want to join me, my Facebook group is Private Families on Facebook. You can. Okay. Did I get you back?
We're scared, right?
Yeah.
And try to shock us. And
I'm not quite sure who's the live.
we're going to survive.
You there, Arica?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on. Okay. Are we still live?
Yes. Yeah. We are.
Okay. All right. Well, luckily I logged on the other laptop, and this one for some reason restarted out of the blue. Oh,
Okay.
Okay. Are you done with your presentation?
I think so.
I'm sorry. I'm on a call with a friend of mine I've been trying to get a hold of. So
Okay.
Hang on, Scott. Can I call you back, Scott? Okay. All right. Bye. Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right.
So, okay. So if we have questions, okay.
You have questions. Let's see. When you sign your children up at the beginning of the year, you're signing them over to the state, Jesse stated. So would that be correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Jason Barnhart says, welcome to Kentucky, Somerset here. I imagine it's Somerset County, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it just says the only thing you do is take them out of public school, which is, I encourage everybody to do that.
Well, but here's the thing. I agree with you. Yes, we should be taking our kids out of public school. But I know that as much as I don't like to have grace, like I have to have grace, but that is a reality that some families are choosing. I don't think it's a great choice, but for those families who do choose that, I want to give you some options, and I want to, help you understand that there are things you can do. And that's exactly the information I'm trying to provide for.
Right.
You can't, and I think the reality is, unless we do a complete rehaul of our world and society, like it's just not going to happen that everybody homeschools.
Right. Yeah, I get it. But a buddy of mine is promoting, I think it's his program. I'm not for sure. Let me go pop it up real quick. I pulled it down. Gotta find the right tabs. Yeah. I posted this in my Telegram room. See if this is it. Yeah. Come on, open up. Alabama. I don't know if that's the same one. So let me go to his website and make absolutely sure.
And I've just sent you on the chat between the both of us, I just sent you my link to the group if you wanted to share that in the YouTube chat.
Okay. Yeah, it's in the description below.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I did that while you don't see me, I'm doing stuff in the background. Where's it at? Dang it. Of course, now I'm looking for it. Just can't find it.
Was it a resource that you're looking for, or what?
No, it's called Exodus Academy. Courses. He's talking about it. Maybe our healing courses, and try that. No, it's now one of these. It's called the Exodus Academy. And it's homeschooling. Check it out. Have you ever heard of Ed Group? Have you ever been to his page?
No, I have not.
Okay.
But I'd be happy to take a look at it.
Yeah, globalhealing.com. Supplements. Benefits, supplements, cleanse, detox. If it's in his picks, oh no, it's products. Man, I just had it up. And it's not that one. We keep going. Oh, give y'all a little Chris Hauser update. Court still has not issued its opinion yet. I know y'all are all just like on pins and needles about that.
Pins and needles, yes. Yeah. Well, I'm going to give you our chicken update because I have.
Oh, yeah. Well, tell us about that while we're waiting on our next guest.
Yeah. Well, I am excited because, like all of the conversations going on right now about like how chickens aren't laying, and, there are like legit issues with all of that. Well, yesterday we got 12 eggs. So that was, and it's our
Oh,
first
what?
day. We got 12 eggs. So
Oh, yeah, you got,
yeah,
remember
like,
you got chickens. Yeah.
yeah. So we've got chickens and we've just been waiting for them to lay. And then yesterday was the day. So we
Oh.
went out, took pictures and congratulated them, gave them all treats, and it's really fun.
So I bet your kids are like super excited about that, huh?
You know what? I have to say that my mother and I were much more excited than the kids or the spouse. So
Is that a girl thing? Well, I would think they would be kind of excited because they were able to see, because you bought them as baby chicks, right? And they grew
yeah,
up. Now that,
yeah.
yeah.
No,
Huh.
no. Yeah, we hatched them. We didn't buy them as chicks. We hatched them. So it's like literally,
Oh,
day one. So they hatched on 4th of July. So that was like their chicken freedom day. So yeah, we've been just waiting since then and changed their feed. We had to cull 2 roosters 2 weeks ago. And I think that helped the situation because then those hens had a little bit more freedom to do whatever their hen bodies needed them to do. So yeah, so here we are. They were really good. And getting, for example, organic eggs at Costco is a much different experience than getting eggs right out of your chicken coop. And the color alone of the yolk is so different. It's a really vibrant color and there's so much flavor. So I don't know. I think people should get chickens now that we've had them. And I don't know. It's just a wonderful, wonderful thing. So
I personally, I think everybody should be able to have chickens in their backyards. I don't know about roosters, but definitely chickens.
well, you kind of need a rooster. So
Yeah, but if there's going to be like, if you live in a community like I live in, it's a gated community, but our backyards are kind of connected and down the back. We have little patio backyards.
yeah.
One rooster for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Not 24 different roosters. Yeah, that would drive everybody bananas.
Yeah. I mean, he'd have to be a busy guy and just visit
Yeah.
all the ladies. So
Yeah, you like to have like one rooster per so many, like one rooster per acre.
you know what? Like if you're really worried about noise, actually you'd need like one rooster per like 5 acres or
5
something.
acres. There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
that's
they're
a big
loud.
one there.
Yeah.
Wow. You want to talk about an alley cat? Okay.
Yeah.
I am still looking for this, and I can't believe I can't find it.
Okay. Are there any other questions I can answer? Like,
Oh, yeah. I was looking. So hang on.
okay. Got lots of stuff going on.
Does it revoke U.S. citizenship? And I don't know what that's talking about.
I don't know, but
Okay. God is Government, Ken D Live video editor. I don't know who that is. Has Arica looked into the financial aspect of these school contracts? It seems the children are monetized just like the prison system.
of course they are. Of course they are. Like I don't have a solution for what that is right now, but of course I've looked into it. And that's part of, and I have all those on the cease and desist notification that I have.
Right?
I have, stop monetizing on his social security number, on his name, and that could definitely be sent in a packet to the school district and the state school board and, on the federal level as well.
Okay.
I mean, and if you even wanted to, you can go and you could ask, okay, what tax documents, just like you would going to court, right? Like what tax documents are being filed on behalf of this name or this estate, right?
Right. Yeah. We all know what that looks
Be
like.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna be like heavily researching this for the next 24 hours.
Imp that rooster out. I know that's right. What's going on here? I'm trying to paste your, let's see. Can we use those for adults? I
Yeah.
guess you talk about paperwork. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were adult, those were adult forms, and I just switched them to minor forms.
So what would you suggest for someone who is ignorant to this process, like my baby mama?
Which process exactly? Because I feel like we've covered several.
I don't know. I'm just reading the question.
Okay. I'm sorry. That is a question. I think I would start out not using, and this is what I really have been trying to do, is use everyday language versus a lot of the language that is more specific to our community. So I would use everyday language. What I would do is start with maybe the power of attorney, and I mean, even share this video or tell my story about how my kid was at the school, and, or, you know, if he had gone to school, I wasn't going to be able to pick him up when there was a BOMB threat in place. And you can present a scenario like that and say, hey, this is, you know, if we don't do anything, the scenario might be that we can't go pick up our kid from school one day. And is that where you want to be? I would say present realistic scenarios. Like, this is something that's happened to me. So it's not just saying what if, or this could happen. Like, this is a scenario that my family was in. Those are actual things happening. And, you know, the idea that you have to go and ask permission for your child to not be involved in something. I think using those realistic scenarios is very important so that you have an idea of what could happen if you don't put these protections in place. And then hopefully with your baby mama, you guys can talk through scenarios that that you want to prevent.
Okay. All right. Adult dating chat. Finally, I get a bot. Man, I must be moving up.
Oh.
A bot in my chat. And my next guest, Glenn, is here. I'm going to introduce you to Glenn, Erica. Let me get this bot out of here. Are you there, Glenn?
Yes, I am.
How you doing, sir?
Not bad.
Well, great. Glenn, this is Glenn Winningham of the House of Fearn. I'd like to respectfully introduce you to America's mom, Arica Kildae.
Hi,
Erica.
how you doing?
Hi. Welcome.
Glad to be here.
Right. Okay, Erica, anything you want to close out with before I bring Glenn back on?
I want to close out with today. If you've been challenged to go and do paperwork for your kids, start with a power of attorney or start with a list and write down what you do and do not want to have happen to your children and go from there. It does not have to be perfect. It just needs to get done.
Absolutely.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Her information is in the description below for her Facebook page. Glenn, my next guest, his Telegram information is down below in the description as well. And as always, I want to thank you very, very, very much for coming on the show, Erica. You are just a blessing to all America's children and parents alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. I'll talk to you in a minute. All right, everybody. I have somebody on my show who, when I was in prison, this was in a package of some of the material they gave me. One of Glenn's instruments that he had filed. And that's how I came across Glenn Fearn. So that's how I met you. And that was, oh God, 2013, I think, when I received that. So
You were
nobody
in a hotel.
yeah, a long time. So introduce everybody to who you are, what you do, what you're about, what you've been through, any contact information that you'd like to reveal, because you have an audience out here of like-minded individuals.
Well, I'm a bit of a student of the law. I guess, I don't know, I could go back to the beginning and tell me how I got into all of this. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Okay, well,
Yeah, you're look, you know, they don't really know who you are, but you are a trailblazer in that movement. You know, you're one of the old OGs. Absolutely. You know, you've been around, you've been pounding in the Fort Worth courts. I know. Aren't you, if I remember correctly, aren't you publishing a Texas Cases in Southwest Reporter?
I don't know. I might be. I don't know. I don't look.
Yeah,
I don't look there. I mean,
I
I
think,
do searches. I've been to the Supreme Court 5 times actually.
yeah, yeah, you're there. I've read your case. I've read, I think, at least one of your cases, if not a couple. So,
The
yeah.
this was I started working on airplanes in 1976, and I've been working on airplanes all my life. I don't know how much you know about airplanes, but they're highly regulated by the government. Everything that goes into an airplane is regulated in some way, and so I've been working on airplanes and dealing with law and regulations all day, every day, as far as aviation's concerned. And this guy brought up to me about the 2 classes of citizens back in it was the late 90s. And no, it was the late 80s, early 90s. And I told him he was crazy. I said, you don't know what you're talking about. And he brought out these court cases, and I thought, whoa, if this is true, this is the most fantastic thing there is. And I had to start looking into it. And so that's where my journey got started. And so I've learned that the matrix is real. Everything is an illusion, and we don't know who we are. And very few of us really do own our land. I mean, there's just a whole bunch of things that that people just don't have any idea about, and we're basically slaves. We've set ourselves up. We've volunteered. We've done what they view to be. We got ourselves mixed up in contracts and volunteered to be a slave. And but if you understand the law, you can quit participating, and you can be free. But it takes some work. You have to study it out and learn how to do it. A lot of it has to do with citizenship too, believe it or not. And if you, this is one of the first things I learned is about nationality, because I have ancestors who were here prior to the War of Independence. And so, you know, in the preamble to the Constitution, it says, we the people do ordain and establish our Constitution for ourselves and our posterity. And so who is that? And you know, when they wrote the Constitution, there was no such thing as a US citizen. And so if you so you don't want to be a US citizen, you want to be a state national. That's the people that wrote the Constitution. So anyways, I mean, there's just a whole bunch of things that we could just go into this rabbit hole. I don't know what document did you get that that you found was one of mine?
Oh God, Glenn, it was a motion, petition, I don't remember the type of vehicle it was. I had thousands of pages, Gene Keating stuff, you know, redemption, sovereign, all that stuff.
Right.
And of course, you know, as you have, I've been to the United States Supreme Court well over a dozen times for myself and other people.
Yeah, I my YouTube channel is Sovereign Living, although YouTube has actually taken my channel down twice. And
Right.
both times they sent me an email and said, we took your channel down. And if you have something to say about it, reply to this link. And both times I answered, you're engaged in multiple felonies. You're violating my rights under the color of law. You're threatening me in the free exercise of my rights. You're engaged in war crimes. You're subjecting me to your satanic fear agenda. And I'm going to sue your butt off. And all of your executive officers and board of directors are personally liable in their private capacity. And don't think I don't know what to do because I've been to the Supreme Court 5 times. You're next. And 15 minutes later, my channel's back up. It's amazing how that works, eh?
Right.
So anyways, it's called Sovereign Living. I've started uploading stuff to Rumble now. Rumble's kind of hard to upload to, and so I do live streams to there.
Well, if there's a setting, well, I can show you this off the show. Whatever you do on YouTube, it automatically uploads to Rumble.
Well, I'm trying to migrate everything over there, but
yeah, you don't have to do that. All you have to do is just click this link and it takes every one of your videos over there for you.
That's what I'm trying to do is move them all over, doing it through YouTube and Rumble. But and there's
no, you don't have to move them automatically. It's just a setting you hit in Rumble when you're doing your account to access all your accounts over all your videos over in YouTube, and it does it automatically. It'll take it it depends on how many videos you have. I have almost 300, so it took it probably about 14 hours for them to all transfer over.
Yeah, well, okay, well, show me what it is. But I've had some that went over, but then it got hung up, and so I've got about 500 videos on YouTube.
Okay.
And but anyway, so my videos are about the law and how the law works. I had trouble with the border pigs, and so there's a bunch of them about the border pigs. I used to have a Twitter channel. They took my Twitter channel down because I was uploading, or I was putting links to my YouTube videos. Like I had a YouTube playlist called Canada Border Pigs and US Border Pigs and that kind of stuff, you know, and they kind of didn't like that, I guess.
Right.
But so anyways, yeah, so I've learned recently, well, you know, there's a thing called equity. You know, all of these courts are courts of equity. We're under martial law, have been for decades. And so these courts are all courts of equity, and you got to have the clean hands doctrine. So you have to stay out of what they view to be contracts, or just at least don't introduce that kind of evidence and make sure it's not introduced, and object. Like if the cop stops you on the side of the road, then and you're in a registered vehicle, then and he wants to see your driver's license, registration, insurance. What I do is I say, I see your emergency lights on. Where's the emergency? And so then they'll say, well, it's a traffic stop. Need to see your driver's license, registration, insurance. And I'll say, oh, so you're investigating me? Well, I don't have to give evidence against myself under the Fifth Amendment. And so then they start threatening me, right? And
Right.
You give it to me, or I'm going to arrest your butt and take you down and put you in jail. And I'll say, you know, I'm not refusing to give it to you, but just so we understand what's going on here, are you threatening me in the free exercise of my right not to give evidence against myself? And so I'm setting them up. I'm setting them up for a lawsuit is what I'm doing. That's what I do. And what I do is I'll file criminal complaints against them. They don't have authority to enforce the transportation code in Texas. And I'll bet you it's the same way in every other state. I haven't done the research in other states, but I can tell you that you know what, the law, it's not what it says, it's what it doesn't say. And so there's a section 701 that authorizes traffic safety officers, and it's a whole bunch of bureaucratic red tape. They has to be handled by the county commissioners and the county sheriff, and they have to be on county payroll. I don't care if they're city cops or whatever they are. They have to have special training requirements. There's all sorts of stuff. And so they never do it. And all you have to do is do a public information request with the county sheriff and say, I'd just like the names and titles of your traffic safety officers under section 701 of the Texas Transportation Code. And they'll come back and they'll say, we don't have any.
Absolutely.
So then that cop stops you for a transportation code offense. He's impersonating a traffic safety officer. That's a class 3 felony in Texas. And so I use their own codes against them and use it to break it off in their ass. And I send out my criminal complaints by the box. And plus I'm also a senator with the Republic of Texas. And so
Which Republic of Texas? Because there's 2 now.
Well, there's no doubt there's one of them that's basically
There's David Straits, and then there's the former Republic of Texas, the one that was in the gunfight up there in Waco.
gunfight in Waco.
Yeah. You don't remember that?
I don't remember that one. I know the one that what happened is some people back in the 90s figured out that Texas never did join the Union. That
Right.
In order for any sovereign nation to become part of another sovereign nation, they have to do a treaty of annexation. And Texas actually did one and sent it to the U.S. Senate for approval and adoption. And the Senate didn't do it, didn't approve it. They shelved it. And they did a House Joint Resolution instead. And so what I think happened is Texas joined the Confederacy. If you look in the act in 1845, where Congress passed an act extending the laws of the United States over the state of Texas, it says in the preamble, it says, Texas has joined the Confederacy. And so I think that's what happened is Texas joined the Confederacy under the Articles of Confederation and not under the Constitution. And that's why everything, I've worked in aviation all my life. The FAA is completely different in Texas than any other state. And I think that they know that Texas has never been part of the Union under the Constitution. And so I think that's what happened. And so even Hillary Clinton, when she was Secretary of State, she announced that she was going on an international tour, and Texas was listed as one of the foreign countries that she was going to on the Secretary of State's website.
What?
Yeah, and there's an East Coast power grid, a West Coast power grid, and a Texas power grid. I mean, everywhere in the U.S., all land is handled by the Bureau of Land Management, except in Texas, it's handled by the Texas Land Commissioner.
Right.
There's a whole bunch of reasons why. So anyway, some people figured this out back in the 90s, and they went and brought the Republic. They did what the U.S. government does when we invade some country. They went and brought the Republic of Texas out of abeyance, which means dormancy, and they formed a provisional government of the Republic of Texas, and they started holding elections, and we've been doing it ever since. And so I'm a senator. I was elected for the 13th district, and I have been for about 3 or 4 years now. And I have a diplomatic identification card I give the cops whenever I give them. The last time I got stopped by the cops, I've been really hitting them hard with these criminal complaints, and so the last time I got stopped by the cops, it was at Gump, Texas. You ever heard of Gump, Texas?
Nope. Didn't know we had a Gump, Texas, but we've got a lot of things here.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
So this cop, that's about 30 miles east of Dallas on I-30. I was coming back from
Okay.
New Jersey, and so this cop pulls me over, and
hang on. Let me preface that for everybody, okay? Because I'm familiar with the jurisdictional areas of the state of Texas, which ones are more corrupt than the others. And the area he's describing, oh boy, go ahead, Glenn.
Okay, well, I I'm not familiar with, so it sounds like you've had some firsthand experience over in that area.
I have litigated, I would say, probably in every major jurisdiction in Texas. Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Huntsville, El Paso, Amarillo, Midland, Corpus.
Well, that's interesting.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I've litigated. When I tell people that, you know, when it comes to litigation, I'm the real freaking deal. I've done it. I've been there. I've litigated everywhere. When you're trapped inside Texas prison, you want nothing but to get out. And I did anything and everything that I could possibly imagine across any and every statute and code that was available to me. That includes the Texas Health and Safety Code. I used that to try to get out of prison. So yeah, I've done it all.
Well,
I've got more law than most attorneys will learn in their entire career. Absolutely.
one of the things that we're doing now, this is a little bit of a side track, but one of the things that we're doing now is challenging standing. There's a, Texas is under a military occupation. And so number one, the Articles of Confederation apply, because the Articles, you have to understand where the Articles of Confederation, or not the Articles of Confederation, the Northwest Ordinance.
Right.
You understand how the Northwest Ordinance applies?
Explain it for everybody.
Well, okay, so there's 4 founding documents. If you go to the U.S. Department of Justice website, they'll say there's 4 founding documents. There's the Declaration of Independence, there's the Articles of Confederation, there's the Northwest Ordinance, and there's the Constitution. And so what happened in the definitive Treaty of Peace of 1783, King George granted a huge tract of land to the United States, and it became federal territory that was not in any of the states at the time. And so, like, it's basically everything east of the Mississippi River and then north of the Ohio River. And so it's like about where 10 states sit right now: Michigan, Indiana, Illinois. There's a bunch of them. Anyways, so what happened is that land was granted to the United States by King George. I think it was meant to be to sabotage us, but I think also that Congress kind of figured that out, and they went and passed the Northwest Ordinance. And so the Northwest Ordinance defines federal jurisdiction in federal territory. And so then if you're under a military occupation, which Texas would be, then it's federal territory. And so you can bring up the Northwest Ordinance, and it talks about trial by jury in there. Most people, very few people ask for demand a trial by jury. There's a guy that I know, and I think he was on your list of people that you were going to interview, Charlie Danielson. And he
He'll be
always
on Wednesday at 3.
he always demands a trial by jury. And trial by jury is not a jury trial. And they cannot give you a trial by jury under the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. The only thing they can give you is a jury trial. And you got to stick to your guns and tell them, well, the War of Independence was fought over trial by jury. If you read in the causes and necessities for taking up arms, it says that the king has extended the courts of admiralty and vice admiralty far beyond their ancient limits to deprive us of the estimable privilege of trial by jury. And so the War of Independence was fought over trial by jury. And you got to stick to your guns. That means the jury conducts the trial. That means that they call the witnesses, they question the witnesses, they determine the law and the facts of the matter. They'll never give it to you, and they'll drop it first. And so that's one thing that you can do. Another thing you can do is standing, because there's a Supreme Court case called Rundle versus Delaware. And there's a friend of mine here in the DFW area that actually, he kind of pioneered that, and it's brilliant. And he went, and what he does is he sends them it's a one-pager. He just sends them a one-pager and says, according to the Supreme Court in this case, Rundle versus Delaware, no corporation is standing to say anything to what a man does. And so I'm challenging standing. And you have 15 days to prove that you have standing, and otherwise this court, you don't have standing, you don't have authority. and you know, I wouldn't badmouth them yet, but I'd wait. At the last one, I badmouth them. Anyways, so then after 15 days, you send them another letter. All this is done by certified mail. The second letter you send them, you failed to respond to the first letter challenging standing, which means that you don't have standing, and you're perjuring your oath of office, etc. And but I'm going to give you another 5 days to respond and prove that you have standing. And there you go. That's it right there. Anyways, so then and in 5 days you send them another letter, and because they're not going to respond. In 5 days you send them another letter, and it says you failed to prove that you have standing, therefore you don't have standing. You're nothing but a bunch of thieves and pirates perjuring your oath of office, and this is a fraud and a nullity. And you send that to him, and the case disappears. And he's done that with himself and with 4 other people. And yeah, that's Rundle versus Delaware. That's a great way, because they have to have standing. Remember what happened with the Supreme Court recently when Texas sued over the election issues. The Supreme Court said Texas doesn't have standing. Standing, without standing, you have nothing. And it specifically says the mayor and aldermen of a city corporation, or the president and board of directors of a corporation, are the ones that sue or are sued, or that sue or be sued, that no corporation has standing to be impleaded, to implead or be impleaded in any case in the United States. And that's like 1852. You're right. Now,
Yeah.
They never dispute it. They've never so far disputed that, because technically that they don't have standing. Now, if you go and see, a man or a woman cannot say anything to a corporation, and a corporation can't say anything to a man or a woman. But so men or women can sue men or women, and corporations can sue corporations, but they can't mix. And so that's what the 14th Amendment created, is it made it so corporations can sue corporations. You see what I'm saying? But you just don't bring that up.
Wow.
So anyways, back to the Republic of Texas.
Okay.
So I've been involved in the Republic of Texas. What happened is I was living in Arizona, and a friend of mine told me about the Republic of Texas. And about that time, I was working at U.S. Airways, handling all their landing gear, and in Phoenix. And actually, it was America West Airlines, and they were merging with U.S. Airways. And what happened is the IRS, I got in a battle with the IRS. And that was one of my first lawsuits that went to the Supreme Court. I sued the IRS and took them to the Supreme Court, and they did exactly what they've done probably in your cases and in other cases. Every time I tell them that you have no right to turn this case away, and you have no right to tax me, and every time the case is accepted and docketed, and there's no filing fee, and then what happens is every time the Department of so-called Justice waives their right to respond, which is what happened recently in that
Brunson case?
The Brunson case, yeah. And then what that does is it takes away the controversy. And so then the Supreme Court dismisses the case. And so every time that's happened on all 5 of my cases, so it's kind of a hollow victory is what it is. Now, I don't see why the Brunsons, I would, if I was the Brunsons, matter of fact, I was actually thinking about filing criminal complaints against every member of Congress, because they've admitted that they perjured their oath. I've been thinking about doing that. If it's in my list of to-dos, quite frankly.
Let me know. I am on the research team. Brian, Pastor the Way, and I are on the Brunson research team. Absolutely. I talked to Raylan Friday about 3:30 in the afternoon.
Right, they've admitted that they perjured their oath.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Their attorney admitted for them that they perjured their oath. And so therefore they're not qualified to hold office, and it's an admission. And so I would file criminal complaints and send them to, what I do when I file my criminal complaints is I send them to the Provost Marshal General in Washington, D.C. that oversees the military occupation. I send them to the FBI, and if it's a state cop, I'll send it to the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. If it's a state actor, I'll send it to the Texas State Police. And that's about it.
could you do I mean, I'm just throwing this out there. You may or may not be excited about doing it, like a template that somebody else could emulate and do this across the country, because in my own opinion, if we're going to kick back and, wait on Trump come out of Mar-a-Lago, save everybody, or this great reset, or, whatever somebody's imagining, that's not what's going to happen. It's going to take people like Glenn right here who get down to the nitty gritty, draft the instruments, file the instruments, make sure that they're, done correctly.
I can
It's
send
gonna
you
take
word
us to
files.
do that. But what I could do is get that template out to the public through the Brunsons, through their website,
Right.
and have people not only support their petition for writ of certiorari like we did back in December and January, as well as their new rehearing they filed last week, but as well as go back on the other end and fulfill what you're trying to do with the criminal complaints on the back end.
On all of my cases, when the Solicitor General, what happened is in 1875 they passed the Solicitor General Act,
Right.
and so the last case I went to the Supreme Court, they say that the rules say you're supposed to send it to the Solicitor General, and I didn't. I sent it to the Attorney General, and
Okay.
what happened is they didn't respond. And so then the court asked the Solicitor General to respond, and that's when he waived his right to respond. But so technically the Attorney General is supposed to respond unless you're a U.S. citizen. Matter of fact, what I want to do is do a petition for writ of error, because I tried doing a petition for writ of error from the federal courts, and there's a case in Texas called Brown versus Texas that Are you familiar with that case?
Yeah, I've read it.
Well, and so it came from the El Paso County Court at Law, and somebody appealed it directly from there to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court answered it. And so I think that was a petition for writ of error. It doesn't say whether it is or not, but I think that that's what it was, because if you read oh man, there's a case like in 1901. I'll think of it here in a minute. Anyways, in that case, it said that it was a landmark case. Matter of fact, it came out within, what happened is the case was argued in January of 1901, and the ruling came out in May of 1901, and they came out with a DC code in March of 1901. And I think that the Supreme Court told the Department of Justice what they were going to rule, and so that's why they came out with a DC code, because that case, because of what they were going to rule in that case. Oh man, I'll think of it in a minute.
Okay.
So anyways, what was I talking about? I got sidetracked.
Republic of Texas, what were the initial.
Right. Yeah, and I got sidetracked a couple times then.
Yeah, but we were talking about the Texas. We talked about Hillary, that she's visiting as a foreign entity.
Yeah. So they never follow their own codes, is the bottom line. Is
Right.
they never
Yeah.
follow their own codes, and I use their own codes against them. and I file criminal complaints. I send them out by the box. I use flat rate boxes because they're cheaper, and I send them out by the box.
Do you use the per queue mailing, or do you put applicable postage?
I use a flat rate box, so I'm not sure that you can use the postal per queue on the flat rate box. If I use my own packaging, you could. But on the flat rate box, it says right on the box that it belongs to the post office. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It belongs to the postal service, I should say. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you could. But I want the tracking. And so I just go ahead and pay the fee, the fake money, and I get the tracking. And I'm just trying to think. Let me see what happened. That case. That case in 1901, Downs versus Bidwell, that was it. It said the Constitution has undoubtedly conferred on Congress the right to create such municipal organizations as may deem best for all of the territories of the United States. So all these municipal corporations are territorial, federal, territorial, municipal corporations. And Downs versus Bidwell talked about a bunch of things in there that are just really good. That's why the IRS is located in Puerto Rico, because that was over something that went on in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico had just been ceded to the United States after the war with Mexico, or a war with Spain. I can't remember, but Puerto Rico wound up in the hands of the U.S., became a territory, and Downs versus Bidwell said that Puerto Rico is not within the taxing clauses of the Constitution. That's why the IRS is there, because they don't pay any tax. And there's just a whole bunch of things going on there. That case said a whole bunch of things. Downs versus Bidwell, and so that's like major landmark case.
Downs versus Goodwill.
Yeah. So anyways, so I've been involved with what happened is I wound up, that was it. I was suing this company. The IRS told US Airways to take, a bunch of my pay. And so, I've always had the philosophy, you don't pay me, no payee, no worky.
Right.
So I left and I got a job working on the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program. And,
Oh, wow.
And I helped design the hydraulic system on the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter program. And then I wound up, that's when I came to Texas in Fort Worth. And I figured, well, since I'm here, I might as well check out the Republic of Texas. And I started telling them about some of the stuff that I had done. And the president of the Republic of Texas at the time recommended that I run for Congress, and so I did. And then they recommended that I run for Speaker of the House of Representatives, so I did, and I became Speaker of the House of Representatives. And so I was Speaker of the House of Representatives for about 18 months for the Republic of Texas. And then what happened is I got laid off, and I wound up going to New York, and so I had to resign from that position, and I went to New York. They went and made me a charge d'affaires while I was in New York. So that means that if you read, and that's another thing I go after them for, is assault, kidnapping, and imprisonment of a protected person under international law. And if you read those federal statutes that talk about that, the ambassadors, people of cabinet level rank, get lifetime protection. Them and their family get lifetime protection, and so that's another criminal complaint I file against them. And they wanted me, they were talking about having me go and see the Russians and talk to them about opening up negotiations for a treaty of recognition. But they never did follow through with it, and so I never did. But that was what they were talking about me doing.
Okay. Huh. So where are they right now as far as their status and standing?
Well, we have Congress every month on the second Saturday of every month. And we pass acts and do things. And there's David Strait is Colonel of the Republican Texas Rangers. And so I'm familiar with David Strait. I go to his events and
Okay.
talk to people about land patents and things like that. And so I'm familiar with David Strait. The other one, I'm not sure who. I know there's been factions in the past. There was people who like there was one guy that he basically split off from the Republic of Texas, but what he does is he sells souvenirs and he his name is Daniel, or I think his name's Daniel something, and he talks about the Texas nationalist movement, like Texas has to secede, and as far as we're concerned, Texas never was part of the Union, and we're the only lawful de jure nation left on the planet.
Huh. Wow.
So we have Congress. They actually have the House of Representatives. I'm in the Senate now, and I kind of like it better in the Senate because it's less work. House of Representatives is very busy.
Yeah, right. Senators just, yeah, got easy. Yeah, I was actually locked up with a guy who was in the Texas Republic and got into a shootout with Fort Worth PD.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember his name. Real tiny guy. What's his name? Got shot in the face. Got shot twice.
Oh, Jim
Shot-
Tessie.
Huh?
Jim Tessie?
That doesn't sound familiar.
I know there's a friend of mine that's in Huntsville right now. He got shot. And we're not done with that, I'll tell you. He went.
Okay.
He had a seatbelt ticket from Arlington. See, this is one of the things they do. They
Yeah.
don't follow their own codes. And
Yeah,
seatbelt
stupid
tickets-
little shit. And they shot him in his garage?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know him. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
yeah. And they went, and what they did is it was a seatbelt ticket that was issued by Arlington, and so it was a capias. It was a capias isn't even a warrant, and a seatbelt, a Class C misdemeanor, is not even a crime. If you look in the Texas government code, a crime is a misdemeanor punishable by jail or a felony. So it's not a crime. They have to have probable cause to stop you, and the courts have ruled numerous times that in order for them to have probable cause, they have to witness a crime. And so there was no crime. And so the Colleyville police pursued him outside of Colleyville city limits into Hearst, passed his no trespassing signs, got into a gunfight with him and shot him, and then charged him with attempted murder. So that ain't over, I guarantee you. We're not done with that.
And he got 50 years, am I correct?
38 years.
38 years. Yeah, I knew he got a chunk. And it's aggravated, which means he has to do half of it before he comes up for parole. And he's been incarcerated
About 10
probably
years.
now. Yeah, about 10ish years. Yeah. No, it's over 10 years because he was on the WIN unit with me and I got kicked off the WIN unit in 2012. Valentine's Day.
So it ain't over, I guarantee you.
Oh, well, good.
We're
You
not
know,
done.
I'm glad somebody's still fighting for him. I met him in the law library.
I talk to him, probably, at least once a month, a couple times a month.
Oh, he's gonna freak out when you tell him you've talked to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, just tell him Floyd, Fearless Floyd. He'll know exactly who you're talking about.
Okay, I'll tell him that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he'll know me. I remember him.
We haven't forgot about him.
Well, good, man. I'm so glad to hear things like that, because, I was on the WIN unit and he was too. And it's 60 to 70% sex offenders on that unit. So nobody's going to walk up to you. Yeah, I'm here for molesting a 5-year-old boy. It just doesn't happen. They're going to tell you, yeah, I'm here for robbing a 7-Eleven. I was wahooing beer. I mean, I've heard all these stories. The people that were my cellies that, long-term cellies that just told me total bullshit stories about their crime, why they were in prison when they were actually sex offenders. So when people tell me those stories, okay, I take it with a modicum of salt, because in Texas prisons, you can be whatever you want to be, a former SEAL, rocket scientist, doesn't matter. You recreate your persona. So I remember him telling me that story, and I was just like astonished. And, of course, yeah, he's permanently scarred up. They shot him in the face and in the hand, right?
I think so. I can't remember. I know they shot him in the face. It ain't over. It ain't over. We're not done with them.
Yeah. So now that I have his bona fides by you, because I know you were in the same area, and I've been wanting to catch up with you for, believe me, the last 6 years since I've been out. And everything comes full circle for me.
Those
Yeah,
courts are not interested in justice. There's no justice that goes on in there.
No. Now, I don't know if you've seen my video on the gmiutility.org platform. Have you?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, as far as I know, I'm the only person in the world that's done this. Taken your certificate of live birth number, your social security number, and your Texas prison ID number, and connect it to the identical accounts in the GMI software.
Wow.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Go watch that video. It's like a 12-minute video that I show you. And I show you my ID, my social security card, and my driver and my birth certificate. So you can see that's where the number's coming from. Yeah. My stuff's public. It's out there. But I dare somebody go steal my social security number and use it, because the feds will hammer you. There's already somebody in prison right now, federal prison, for stealing my identity. So go knock yourselves out.
Yeah, really. So does that have to do with the bond and stuff they issued?
It obviously shows that there's a there. I can't particularly say what that looks like, as far as the bonds or how the bonds are diversified or hypothecated. I don't know that in.
I can tell you, there's a friend of mine here that he is a former police officer, and he looked up a bond in his case. It was a criminal matter, and he found it that was owned by some brokerage firm on Wall Street. And he contacted them and he said he wanted his bond back, and they actually responded and they said, yes, we have that bond, but we're not giving it back to you.
Yeah.
So what they're doing is they're forging your signature onto a bond, and they're selling you into slavery. That's a felony under 18 USC 1581, 1531. And it's involuntary servitude.
Right. And I just got something hip on that last night on a Zoom, and I'm not ready to reveal it, but yeah, there's some fire on that end of it. So yeah, you're now that I have your contact information, you and I have talked, you're don't worry, Glenn. I'm surrounded by brilliant people. Okay. They're much smarter than I am, much smarter than you are, who have really dove down into the minutia in this movement. And I'm very fortunate, blessed, grateful, humbled at the position that I have found myself in the last month, to be able to pull a whole genre of people together that are all seeking the same thing, but are in different groups, different journeys, paths, processes, that will maybe produce everything that we're all looking for. And that's to be private, left alone, and have a your community.
Well, and that's exactly it. I can help people bring forward their land patent and have all the rights and privileges on the land. And if it's done properly, you won't be able to get a mortgage on it. I can tell you people that I helped do it. There was a friend of mine that was a chief judge in the Republic of Texas, and he had a beachfront property on Lake Eagle Mountain Lake up in the near Fort Worth, and Azle was the name of the city, and he died, and his family weren't interested in it and didn't try to enforce it, defend it, and so it got sold in a tax sale, and the neighbor bought the land. The neighbor happened to be the mayor, and a friend of mine, another Republic of Texas guy, knows the mayor, and the mayor told him that he couldn't get bank financing to buy that property because of that land patent. And so that's how you know it's going to work. It works is that he had to get a friend to loan him the money because once that land patent's there, they cannot, it's unassailable. And that's really powerful is have all the rights and privileges of the land patent. And then you can literally be king on your piece of land.
I'm sending you a private text so you understand what's happening when I say this stuff, so you get the context.
Okay.
Because you're definitely one of the individuals that should be on the team that helps move this thing forward.
Well, it's a networking thing. Nobody knows everything, so we need to network, and I like.
Absolutely.
Especially if we're all sharing and getting ideas from each other. I'm not too crazy about babysitting people. I kind of like to let them. That's why I have my YouTube channel. I put up hundreds of videos and I make them all free, and so you can go there and I have a website too. It's called sovereigntyinternational.fyi. And you can go there on the front page. There's a link there's free videos and free files. And so the free videos are all linked to YouTube videos organized by different topics. So you can study by different topics because they're hard to find on YouTube. Yeah, there we go. That's my YouTube channel. And that's the one that YouTube tried to take down a couple times. And but if you go to my website at sovereigntyinternational.fyi, and there's on the very beginning when you go there, there you go. Yeah, it gives you the red pill and the blue pill, and so the blue pill takes you back to the matrix, and the red pill takes you out of the matrix. and then there's the free files and the free videos. And so the free videos are links to YouTube videos. I wrote the book about Trump. Mike Blackwell asked me to write that book, and it took me about 6 weeks to write the book because all I did is take a lawsuit and manipulate it and turned it into the book. And so it's about 95% provable facts because it's all stuff that I talk about in court. And so what happened is Mike had to babysit me to get it ready to publish as a book. And so then that took about 6 months. But
wow.
I wrote the book.
Well, congratulations. I didn't know you were an author. Well, I knew you were an author, but I didn't know you were a book author published. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
impressive.
Mike wants me to write a sequel to it too, about how to free yourself, basically. And that's actually I'm thinking about doing that, but that's going to take some work. That'll take a while.
Right. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I was with I was actually up in Plano over the weekend. And I was up there at a MAGA event, MAGA mixer.
Okay.
Met 107, Christopher Eric's baby Trump, negative 48, Michael Plotzman,
Wow.
and a whole bunch of other movers and shakers. Somebody's hooking me up with the chair of the Republican Party for the state of Texas, as well as a few representatives in the Texas legislature. So I have a lot of things coming up. I'm meeting a lot of really influential people, players on, not only on the local, state, national level, but even international level. So I'm just in this real unique position, and I can only say it's some type of divine intervention, the way things are happening. Just like, I was just saying at the very beginning of this video, how things go full circle. And here we go. I'm talking to you, and we're talking about somebody that I was locked up with over a decade ago, who's still in prison, and who was telling me, his stories like, Floyd, man, I'm telling you, I didn't do this. All we're doing is just driving down the street, and it's over a freaking traffic ticket, and he shot me, and I'm looking at the guy going, man, yeah, they fucked you up, dude. That sucks.
Yeah. No
And
shit.
he had 38 years and has to do half to come up.
Yeah, it ain't over. I bet you we get him out. We're working on getting him out because it's a void judgment. They denied him due process. They went and interfered with his lawyer, and his lawyer didn't object to anything that went on. I mean, It was a complete denial of due process. Plus there was no crime. There was no crime. They had no probable cause to stop him in the first place. They had no probable cause.
I would almost venture to say, Glenn, in hindsight, more likely than not, I have read his trial records. I read hundreds of them.
I can tell you that I've been filing criminal complaints into the federal court about an issue of mine. I accuse the judges and stuff of attempted murdering me because I'll say, just like they did to Jim Tessie. And then I explain what happened to Jim Tessie, and I think there's a grand jury investigation.
Tessie, Tessi.
Tessi, one S.
Yeah, one S. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I think I think there's a grand jury investigation into police activity here in the DFW area, at least. I think there's a grand jury investigation into it.
It's horrible. Fort Worth's been bad for, oh my God, back in all the way to 70s, 60s, 70s. Oh man, their county jail was horrible. Oh my God, I used to hear about that, how horrible it was. Yeah, man, poor guy. Well, and I just said divine intervention. I've had 3 gentlemen reach out to me and tell me without a shadow of a doubt that they can get people out of prison and jail, and they've gotten people out of prison and jail with a very simple process. And because I was so overwhelmed over the weekend, and I'm just now kind of getting caught back up today to where I'll be able to actually have some conversational phone calls and reach back out to these people. And but they have offered to help me because I'm still on parole. And that's been my whole goal, Glenn, was to get out of prison after I exhausted my appellate, post-state, and federal post-conviction, and of course actual innocence and wrongful conviction claims. I mean, I've done everything. There's nothing I haven't done. All you have to do is Google my full name, and you're just going to see a small amount of the litigation I've done. And Glenn will verify this just like I will. These courts, it doesn't matter what level it is, whether it's the local, the state appellate courts, even the federal level, they don't follow what the law states as far as precedent or codes or statutes. They write whatever they want to write. They do whatever they want to do. Nobody will hold them accountable. It doesn't matter who you file with or who you complain to. In my experience, I've just been run over so many damn times that it exhausted me mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally till I had to make a decision whether I wanted to continue and end up basically a brain dead zombie from just getting hammered through corruption and fraud in the courts. That I just quit. I just like, I can't take this. I'll go insane. I'm already nuts because I'm doing all this legal work. But yeah, that's what happened to me, and I'm sure you can verify that as well, right, Glenn?
Yeah, well, I haven't been spent any time, more than overnight or a couple days in their hotel, but I do, and that's why, one thing I got to say is it gets you focused, and so that's why I go after them like a bloodhound, and I break it off in their ass. I build a case against them. If I get stopped by the cops, I order a police report and I get their evidence and I use it against them and I break it off in their ass. And because they don't have probable cause to even stop me in the first place, and they're nothing but thieves and pirates. And so I'll accuse the chief of police of suborning perjury because they're screening these cops for low intelligence and a propensity for aggressive behavior. They're giving them a gun and they're telling them to go out and do stuff they're not authorized to do. And so that's suborning perjury. And so I file criminal complaints against the chief of police, the mayor, the city council, the prosecutor, the judge, and the city attorney for suborning perjury. And then I file bar grievances against the lawyers and judicial complaints against the judges. I mean, I just, that last time I got stopped by the cops, the second from the last time. By the time I give her my Republic of Texas diplomatic ID card, she looks at it. She says, "Glenn Fearn, you're Glenn Fearn." So they're taking my name in vain.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's, and it sucks that we have to push ourselves to that point to make them forcibly recognize us as, oh, you're that guy, or you're that woman, or you're that person. To get them to leave us alone, sucks. But once it happens, you're there. You are there.
Well, and I wouldn't be like that except that I spent time in their hotel, and that gets you focused. Then you find out what really matters, and you got to break it off in their ass in such a way that they don't want to talk to you no more. And that's what I do. And so my attitude is I want to make it so they see me and they turn and run the other direction.
Absolutely. They don't even want to deal with you. They don't even want to hear what you got to say.
That's
right. We had enough last time.
That's right. That's right. I built a case. The last time I got stopped, I gave the cop, that was Gump. I think I told you I gave him my Republic of Texas diplomatic ID card.
Right.
And he went back to his car, and then in a few minutes he comes back up and he says, "Are you with the government?" And I said, "The Republic of Texas is the only lawful de jure government in Texas." And he goes back, and I said, "You got my ID card?" And he goes back to his car, and he comes back in a few minutes and he says, "I'm just going to give you a warning today." So, but I told him, I said, "I'm a senator with the Republic of Texas, and I'm going to order a police report, and everybody and their brother's going to find out about this." And I think that's why, because if there's no ticket, there's no citation, and there's no police report. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. A couple questions. Somebody asked if you were here in Texas. Yes, Glenn is in the Fort Worth area. So if you look up Tarrant County, Texas, go to their district clerk's office, I'm sure you'll see a ton of litigation on Glenn. Correct?
There's, I don't know. I filed some lawsuits. Matter of fact, the last lawsuit I filed was against the city of Euless, and I sent the judge a nastygram. And what I do is I send a notice and demand, okay, because they can claim good faith. Okay, I had a cop in Huntsville say, "Oh, I can claim good faith," and I said, "You can, as long as now that I told you." And so I sent them a notice and demand designed to take away their good faith. And so and what happened? This is a story about Bedford, actually. What happened is I sent the Bedford chief of police one of my notice and demands, and it's about 20 pages, and it goes through and explains the law. And at the very end, it says, "You can no longer claim good faith. You're put into a estoppel, and if one of your hired thugs," I didn't call them hired thugs, "one of your officers, one of your subordinates violates my rights under the color of law, he'll be guilty of felonies, and so will you." And so then about 9 months later, one of his cops arrests me and does all sorts of crap. And so I sent him a nastygram. I said, "Okay, if I use 4-letter words, is this going to go on YouTube?"
Yeah, you can cuss. Yeah.
Well, anyways, okay, so
God created cuss words.
okay. So I sent them a nastygram, and on nastygrams, I don't send those out too often, but on the nastygrams, it says right at the top who's getting it, right? So then the cop gets it, the chief of police got it, the U.S. attorney got it, the FBI got it, the Texas State Police got it, and the president. I sent one to Donald Trump, and it starts off. It says, normally I say accept your oath of office, but you and I both know you have no intention of honoring your oath of office. So fuck your oath, you lying, perjuring motherfucking son of a bitch. And then the second paragraph says, if you or your pigs want a piece of me, just name a date, time, and location. I'll come armed. We'll settle it for once and for all, you lying, perjuring motherfucking son of a bitch. And then the third paragraph says, I'll know you never take me up on that because you're cowards, you lying, perjuring motherfucking son of a bitch. And then it's like 20 pages of that, right? Anyways, so they never tell me what happened, but a friend of mine knows the mayor of Bedford, and the mayor told him that the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement raided the Bedford Police Department and fired everybody in there, and they can't even use their own jail anymore. So I can't tell you how many times when I build a case against them and start filing criminal complaints and they disappear. I got to tell you, I can't tell you how many times that happens.
Okay, which is great, which is a perfect segue. I'm going to ask you some questions here in a second, but you brought up the perfect thing, the Texas Law Enforcement Commission. Okay, now under the statute as it stands right now, in order to be a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas, okay, you have to have a permanent peace officer's license. And the caveat to that is that you have to be assigned to a position by a supervisor or agency, and you have to take your continuing learning education hours. So if either one of those are not met, or both, you no longer have a permanent peace officer's license, you have a temporary peace officer's license. So the statute as written is a fallacy. There's a loophole, there's an error, because there's no such thing as a permanent peace officer's license, because it has two caveats that turn it into a temporary peace officer's license. So the statute is a bad statute. It's written incorrectly. So anytime any law enforcement officer does anything in the state of Texas, they are not a permanent peace officer as required by statute and code. Right off the bat. I didn't write the statute. All I do is read it, interpret it as it's written, correct? Did I lose you, Glenn?
No, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
I mean, words are simple. I mean, it's right there in front of you.
Yeah. I mean, it's clear cut. I mean, and I actually have the high school I went to, you either went into the corporate world or you went into the vocational trade world, or you became a cop and a robber, basically. That was it. So I have a bunch of high school friends that are cops or former cops. Yeah, I run that by them all the time. And I've actually had one, yeah, you have to have a permanent peace officer's license. And I go, okay, well, what if you don't take your hours? I'm like, oh, well, then you don't have one. I'm like, oh, thank you for answering that on Facebook.
There you go. Well, and they commit multiple felonies anyways, impersonating a traffic safety officer.
Absolutely. Now, hold on. Now, I've seen your paperwork on this because you were assisting one of my viewers, subscribers, somebody who's been to my home. I'm not going to mention her name on here, but I saw your paperwork that you were assisting her with, and yeah, it's pretty powerful what Glenn has elicited out of the statutes, because if I remember correctly, the county sheriff can only assign 5 traffic officers to traffic duties, correct?
Yeah, if the county's got more than 1 million, they can use another 2, so they're up to 7.
Okay. And a lot of people don't even know that. or what that statute exists. So can you tell everybody what that statute is?
Section 701 of the Texas Transportation Code. Now, the thing is with the law, it's not what it says, it's what it doesn't say. In other words, if they say that they can have under these conditions, these 5 traffic safety officers, and they have to operate in this way, and that's the only provisions that are in the code for enforcing the transportation code. They actually, in 644, they have commercial vehicle officers too. But the bottom line is those 2 sections are the only sections that authorize any officers to enforce anything in the transportation code. So then that means that there's no other enforcement authority in the transportation code for them to enforce the transportation code. And so then if they stop you for a transportation code offense, like a burned out signal light or a burned out tail light or something like that, then they're engaging in felonies, impersonating a traffic safety officer, violating your rights under the color of law, multiple felonies.
Yes. Yeah. A whole string of felonies.
Yeah.
And it's basically a RICO act.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an extortion racket. Matter of fact, that's another thing I accuse them of is operating an extortion racket because they want fake money. They're subjecting me to their satanic religious ceremony because they're demanding fake money. They're converting me into this corporation, the Sesticate Trust. The Bible says that in Job, it says I shouldn't accept any person, and they're assaulting me with their person. They're necromancers. They're bringing the dead to life. They're satanic. It's all Satanism, and so they're subjecting me to their satanic religious ceremony. They're with the judge that's a bought and paid for clerk masquerading as a judge. He's not a real judge. Legislative courts cannot give decisions that have the force of law. They can give advisory decisions only that do not have the force of law. There's a case, Williams versus United States from like 1933, where the Supreme Court talks about that. And so they're all legislative courts, and they're incapable of receiving Article 3 status. So they can't give decisions that have the force of law. So they're putting on a show trial in their kangaroo court is what they're doing. And so I just dump on them, and
I just had an epiphany. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. I'll take a second.
that's they're just nothing but a bunch of thieves and pirates. And so, as a matter of fact, I start if I really want to dump on them, I'll accuse them of piracy and a bunch of other things too. Matter of fact, I've been filing criminal complaints about involuntary servitude under 18 U.S.C. Let me see if I can find it here. Let me see. I don't have it handy, but it's like 18 U.S.C. 1581 or something like that, involuntary servitude and peonage. And they're just nothing but a bunch of thieves and pirates.
Yep, they are. Man, I am looking for something. Golly, I usually have it right here at my fingertips, but it is not. Nope. And I bet it came from you. And that is the Dun & Bradstreet background business report for the state of Texas judiciary courts in the state of Texas. Am I correct?
Yeah, actually, that's a guy by the name of
Swank.
Yeah, Daniel Swank. Yeah, you probably could have got it from me. I send out the digital one. I think
I
it's
got it from
on my website.
I got it in prison from Tessie.
Oh, did you? Okay.
And I brought it out with me, and I contacted the Liberty County clerk's office and ordered another one, brand new one.
There you go.
Absolutely. So, like I said, kids, things go full circle.
They're all legislative courts. They don't have a shred of authority, and that's why the Northwest Ordinance applies in Texas, and you're entitled to trial by jury. But before you can even get to the trial by jury, they got to have standing, and if they're assaulting you with their state of Texas corporation, State of Texas Corporation doesn't have standing to say anything to me. Either that or they have to admit that they're criminally converting you into a fiction. And they'll never do that. And I accuse them of that. That's Satanism. That's deceptive. That's fraud. I mean, yeah, don't get me going.
Right. Yeah. So, what can we do in the immediate future? Because I know this has to change. We can't continue to live like this, you know.
Well, I think that, quite frankly, I think that Trump is in the middle of affecting some change. And I think that it goes to Congress. Congress is really the source of all of our problems. And it turns out they've been stealing the election. So they don't even have any legitimate authority. And I think the best thing we could do is deluge the FBI and the Provost Marshal General and the with criminal complaints about these members of Congress that are perjuring their oath, and because they've admitted it. They admitted that they perjured their oath by failing to respond to this Brunson case.
Right. So let's see who owns the state of Texas. It's active.
Actually, there's the state of Texas and also state of Texas. And 9 times out of 10, if you get assaulted by their corporations, it'll be state of Texas. Now, I've got a Texas Secretary of State a certificate of fact that says state of Texas is a DBA owned by Deer Park Cash Cow LLC.
Yeah, I've been there. I got a picture of me with in front of it. Absolutely. Boom. Who's that guy?
That's the state of Texas. Oh, look at that, eh?
I own it.
Oh, wow, isn't that interesting?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Active in good standing.
There you go.
I am the state of Texas. So if you need a witness, I'm the guy. I'm also
Well, we got a
commissioner by the
public
state of
record there.
Texas. Pardon me?
They have to, under full faith and credit, they have to recognize Minnesota.
Yep. There you go, kids. Now you know.
So the bottom line is that they can't, I have a right to face my accuser. No corporation has standing to say anything to me. And so I want you to produce your principles here so they can have something they can complain if they have firsthand knowledge of something.
Right. Absolutely. So I know we have some questions over here. Let me go get to them. I'm a little rolls back.
So I always tell them that it's impossible for me to be a U.S. citizen.
Right. Yeah, it is. Somebody's asking about Heien in North Carolina, Heien. You familiar with that case?
Nope.
No, I'm not either. Got somebody up in Louisville wants to hook up.
Yeah, send them my email.
Okay.
I got to take a whiz. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see. They don't follow the rules. My son has been destroyed, civil death over bogus issues. Yeah, I know, man. We live in a horrible, horrible, horrible court system. Horrible. It's so depraved, so corrupt, so much fraud, so much. I don't even know what the term would be. to, I hate to say radicalized politicism. Basically, that's what it is. What about speeding and no insurance? No insurance is a non-moving violation. Speeding is a moving violation. Certified to do traffic stops, none have it. I don't know about the certification part, David Michael, but I've read the statute that Glenn has been pontificating about, that it's only 5 and they have to be assigned by the county sheriff, and it's just not happening. Houston's probably 4 million people in the metropolitan area. They have 5,500 roughly Houston police officers. So, 5 for the city, this enormity. No, that's not happening. Yeah, Troll's back. I know. I mean, you just got to wonder what people have to do all day if they just sit here and troll crap. Sad. Sean Williams, I can find any CUSIP number. I just need the account number. Now, what to do with them once you obtain them is the conundrum. Once you get them, we've got the solution for that coming up for Sean on the CUSIP. Extensively corrupt is a good enough description. Well, no, it's not extensively. They're corrupt. Even the ones who don't want to be corrupt are just, they're outvoted. Majority of the corruption. Yeah, you're welcome, Timothy. I know this has been an excellent show today. I want to thank Arica for coming on. Man, America's Mom, she is killer. I can't wait to see more of her stuff to protect your children from all these different entities out there, the public school system, the doctors, dentists, optometrists, orthodontists, all of that. She covers all that. She is very, very, very thorough. That's why I have her on my show.
So what you do also is anytime they give you something to sign, just print without prejudice there.
Right.
I can't tell you how many times I've signed bonds that way, plea bargains. I just print without prejudice. Don't even put a signature there. I just print without prejudice.
And what's the results of that?
There's no signature. There's no contract.
Okay. So they're not considering that as your mark per se?
Well, under Title I, Section 1, they have to accept it because the signature is a mark. You're right. But because it says without prejudice, you're not liable for it.
Okay. So not only is it your mark, but it has an internal meaning, an external meaning.
Right.
Well,
There's no signature. If they're making you sign something every time you go on parole or something, you have your meetings or whatever, just
right.
print without prejudice there. I'll bet you they'll quit calling you in there because they're not getting paid for it. They're taking money out of that Sesticate trust account every time you sign.
Yeah, I did that. And actually I signed my parole certificate without prejudice. They let me do that.
There you go.
I was surprised, but
Yeah.
it now the problem is get them to act in honor, because you know exactly how they are dealing with Jim Tessie, that they'll throw you away and ask questions later if they even get around to it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it sucks.
They're a bunch of jarheads. They screen them for low intelligence and a propensity for aggressive behavior.
Yeah, and I'll put it to you this way, okay? I have a paid off Lexus sitting in my garage, and I have a title to it, and I have an exempt title. All right, I will give anybody that Lexus. I'll sign the title to you live on air if you can prove I'm guilty of a DWI under the Texas statute from September 1st, 1994 to September 1st, 2001. You can prove I committed DWI from my trial record, I will give you my Lexus. Absolutely.
They don't have authority to enforce the health and safety code.
Yeah. Yeah, they can't do it. They cannot do it. and I'll tell you this, Glenn, because I went to prison for DWI. I'm an expert in Texas DWIs and intoxicated related offenses. Not one charge or indictment for a felony DWI is drafted pursuant to statutes and codes from 1994 to September 1st, 2005. Not
It's-
one.
It's
Not
a,
one.
it's a denial of due process then.
Not one, because they put all these little triggers in there from 94 to 2005. And if you remember back at that time, that's when Mothers Against Drunk Driving was really coming out, and they were like being very voiceful in Texas and across the nation about these drunk drivers, and, you know, the repeat drunk drivers, especially. So I was, you know, part of that war on drunk drivers, and, you know, I'm guilty. I went and served my time. Yeah. So thank God I'm 20 plus years sober. They, for my particular case, from 94, because you remember before 94, it was a transportation code. And then when Whitmire rewrote the penal code in 93, and it became effective in 94, they moved it to a third degree felony here in Texas. But the requirements for it to be a third degree felony was that you had to have committed a DWI within 10 years of your primary DWI, which you'd just been potentially arrested for. And then they could, if it was committed within 2 years, then all they had to do was prove that you were twice previously convicted of a DWI, whether it be misdemeanor or felony. So they have to allege that commission date of that intervening or middle second DWI. So it'll trigger its usage with the primary DWI, so they can go back and get that third DWI to enhance it from a misdemeanor to a third degree felony in the state of Texas. And how I got tripped up is they did that, and then they took 2 more felonies under 1242D, which is habitual felony offender, and they habitualized me, and I went to trial facing 25.99 or life. Absolutely. And got 60 when the DA asked for 35. And that's what you get when you get a trial by judge, or actually sentencing by judge. I had a trial by jury, or jury trial rather. So in 2001, September 1st, it changed from 2003. They changed up that intervening conviction because they were trying to capture more repeat offenders. So the way they did it is they went back to that first one and they looked forward 10 years. So if you committed one within that 10-year period, then it was they could use both of them, and it was a third degree felony. So they changed it up. And then September 1st, 2005, they said, man, hell with all that minutia in there to figure out what's a third degree felony. If you've been twice previously convicted of a DWI, no matter what jurisdiction, it's a third degree felony in the state of Texas. They just did away with all the bullshit. And what they're not alleging are those intervening commission dates. And they're not proving them during the trial. They're not alleging them in the indictment, nor to the charge to the jury. And so they're not fully convicting third degree felony DWIs in the state of Texas. They have not. I've proved it over and over, and I cannot get one court to look at it, because it will open the floodgates for every DWI conviction since then to be overturned. All those people that were wrongfully incarcerated to be compensated, because the max you can get in on a misdemeanor DWI, even though they can file a 1243B habitual misdemeanor offender statute on you and use misdemeanors and felonies to enhance your misdemeanor offense to habitualize you as a misdemeanor, the most you can get is 180 days in jail and up to a $2,000 fine and/or a $2,000 fine. So anybody that's locked up beyond 180 days, they got to start shelling out bucks, and they don't want to do that. And they're not going to let me win. They're not going to let me prevail.
Well, what I would do in a situation like that is I'd file a 1-pager demand to prove standing, and they won't. And then after 15 days, tell them they failed to prove standing. But I'm going to give them another 5 days. And then after 5 days, tell them they didn't have standing. Therefore, it was a fraud and a nullity, and it doesn't exist. And then I'd use that as evidence for felony criminal complaints against the judge and the prosecutor and everybody and their brother, and I'll bet you the thing would disappear.
I've got several different methods, but yes, I'm game for anything, believe me. You know, parole's super easy. My PO texted me yesterday, send me a headshot. It's like, okay, click, send it to her. Report. I call her every 2 months. Hey, how you doing? Oh yeah, everything's cool. Yeah, no, nothing's changed. All right, yeah, I'll come pay my fees. But that's it. That's my parole visit. So it's really nothing that, you know, is stressful or worried about or something I have to go out of my way to fulfill. Because I've been out so long, and, you know, I do the right thing, stay sober, don't get into trouble, and, you know, report when I'm supposed to report, be where I'm supposed to be when I'm supposed to be there, and keep in constant contact. But my deal is I want my freedom back. I want to be able to leave, go when I, you know, go to Florida when I want to go on spur of the moment, and I don't have to go check in and get a travel permit. So I don't have to, you know, and I know it's not going to be an issue because I already have my status standing correctly, but I just don't even want to get into the whole hassle of having to tell some cop who, you know, doesn't know anything of who I am, why I'm here, and how he has no jurisdiction to even talk to me. So until I can get that squared away, I'm just gonna, you know, just kind of take the same path I've been on, and because, you know, I'm staying out of trouble, and I'm not getting in trouble. I'm not getting knocks on my door. So until I have everything in a row, I'm just gonna, you know, stay static and keep everything copacetic. As
I don't blame you. You got to pick your battles.
Absolutely. And a lot of people, you know, and I know, you know, this, just from your experience litigating, that you have to leave your passion at the door, and realize that you're not representing yourself, you're representing your corporation that they're going after, but you, and it's nothing personal.
Well, whether
It's
you
all
think it's you
business.
or not, it doesn't matter. They're going to assault you with it.
Yep. Why is this telling me it's preparing live stream? That's weird. Huh. Yeah. Let's see. Is there any questions in here? Now, do you have somebody's in here mentioning the CUSIP numbers? Says they can find them. They just need the account number. Now what to do with them once you obtain them is the conundrum.
Well, I don't. Anytime they ask for a date of birth or a social security number, I tell them, well, I never give a social security number. As far as a date of birth is concerned, I tell them that's hearsay. But I do remember finishing high school in 1975. They just need to know if you're old enough to make a contract. And if you give them a date of birth, then they can pull it up in their system, the slave. And so I never give them a date of birth. I tell them I remember finishing high school in 1975. I have that Republic of Texas diplomatic identification card, and I break it off in their butt if they don't want to accept that. So they accept it, no problem now. I haven't had any trouble in a long time about the Republic of Texas diplomatic identification card.
Right. Yeah, Timothy, there is a ton of info out there, processes of doing discharging probation. I have not found one that works. And of course, my video on the notice of demand of all the criminal bonds and CUSIP numbers and et cetera, et cetera. I have filed into the Harris County District Clerk's office twice now. The first time they didn't even do anything with it. The second time, sent it in, they won't even file it. They won't even send me my copy back. So I'm gonna have to go down there personally. I just haven't done it, haven't had time, and file it in person and get my own copy back. They don't want to deal with it. Tia Marie says the problem in Cali is that even when the cases disappear, even after expunged, they reappear after 5 or 10 years. Huh.
Yeah, I don't let it die. I break it off in their ass. I'll be filing criminal complaints against the judges and the prosecutors, and expunging is actually a privilege. And so, you know, I don't care what they do with it. I'm not going to ask for any expungement. I'm gonna break it off in their ass so bad that they're gonna want to make it disappear on their own. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they don't want to deal with you. You know, you want to be that pest. It's like, man, that guy's back again.
Well, and that's my attitude my attitude is go ahead, take me out back, blow my brains out. I don't want to be here anyways. I think we're all here when the universe is created, and we'll all be here when it goes away. And so until you do take me out back and blow my brains out, I'm going to be the biggest pain in your butt that you can possibly imagine.
Right. So one of your techniques is papering everybody.
Criminal complaints. Loads of criminal complaints. They never follow their own codes. So they always engage in multiple felonies, loads of felonies. Peonage, involuntary servitude, violating rights under the color of law. The felonies just never end. State and federal felonies. You can find all sorts of felonies they're involved in. And so you get the FBI to go over. I don't even try and educate them. I get the FBI to go over and educate them.
And what does that look like? How do you effectuate that process?
File criminal complaints against them. Send them to the FBI.
And the FBI actually goes and investigates them?
You know, they never come and tell me, but it's amazing how many times people disappear when I do that.
Ah, okay.
A good example is the Pennsylvania Attorney General. I was traveling in Pennsylvania. That's when I was up in New York. I was sending out notice and demands to all of the public officials in that area. So I sent the Pennsylvania Attorney General one of my notice and demands. It was a short one. That was back, 10 years ago. So it was like about 8 pages, and it said, I'm going to be traveling in your area and I don't have a driver's license. And one of his flunkies sent me a letter and said, if you drive in Pennsylvania without a driver's license, we're going to arrest your butt and take you down and put you in jail. And so I went and took his letter and my notice and demand and made a criminal complaint for perjury of oath, treason, sedition, et cetera, and sent it to the U.S. Attorney in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And 2 weeks later, I get a letter back saying, we've referred this matter to the FBI. And then 6 months later, I'm looking on the Pennsylvania Attorney General's website, and they have an acting Attorney General.
Yeah, crazy how that stuff happens.
Yeah.
I have he's not my client, he's Ann's client. He's one of her students that I facilitate for a trust class up in Fort Worth, who got tangled up with some other people. They have yet to actually charge him with anything. He's having to go to court. Now, you're familiar with the Fort Worth court system. They're sending him down to a basement magistrate, I think on the 6th, next Monday. There's not one document in the district clerk's file under this case number. Not one. No complaint, no indictment, nothing. Can't find a police report, nothing. And they're still requiring him to go to court.
Who's telling him to do that?
The court. They tried to give him a court-appointed attorney. He went in there and fired and told his attorney, man, you're fired.
They must have given him something in
like,
writing.
you can't fire me.
They give him something in writing?
I think so. I haven't seen the case. I just know about it because Ann is assisting him. And she reaches out to me because I have so much experience here in Texas through the legal system.
I'd get a police report. There's got to be a police report.
That was the first thing out of my mouth. You know that. Go get the police report. Go get the police officer's sworn statement. You got to talk to the public information officer for that particular entity or agency.
A lot of times you can do that online.
Yeah, but it takes a minute, and I think they have a third-party vendor who's doing that now, if I remember correctly, because I've had my police report, and I tried to get it back again through the Houston Police Department, And they send me to this third-party vendor, and the third-party vendor's like, we don't have it anymore. Doesn't exist. Like, what do you mean doesn't exist? I know it exists. So I'm gonna have to go to my appellate records and go get it. That's what I mean, people. I just don't have time to do all the things I need to do. It's just, there's only one of me. I'm doing my best. But this thing is bigger than me, so I have to make sacrifices so everybody can attain our freedom, because that's what we're looking for. And if I can effectuate that or be in any shape, form, part of that, hey man, I've lived a very full life and I'm satisfied. How about you, Glenn?
Absolutely. And the sooner I'm out of here, the better.
Yeah, because he's learned the lesson. Now, next question. How many people do you, Glenn, send the criminal complaint to?
I sent them to the FBI. I sent them to the Provost Marshal General in Washington, D.C. I sent them to the,
Which is the key player right there.
that's right, yeah. And I sent them to the, if it's a cop, I'll send it to the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. And if it's anybody else in Texas, I'll send it to the Texas State Police.
Okay. Which is the Department of Public Safety, correct?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we really don't have state police in that terminology. They call them troopers here.
Well, I sent it to the director. I always send it to somebody. I don't
Good.
just send it to the corporation. I send it to, I think it's Stephen McCraw is
Yeah,
the
Steve.
director of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I've sent him a couple things. Now, you may not know this, because I didn't know it until my co-producer Jesse did it. Oh, my little dang robot's back, bot. That there is a public side and a private side to a Texas driver's license.
Well, I don't have a Texas driver's license, so that's possible.
No, it is. I verified it myself, because I took their DL 174, which is the Texas surrender form, and turned it into a affidavit, basically morphed it to my own liking and sent mine in. And Jesse was like, hey man, I want to do that surrender process. I was like, okay, cool. So I sent it to him. He did it. And then he did something where he had to use his driver's license and it popped back up. He's like, why did it pop back up? I thought I surrendered it. So he went into a DPS and asked them about it. And the lady at the front, who runs the little kiosks, sometimes it's a man, mostly it's a woman, went over and got on the terminal and said, oh yeah, no, it's still valid over here. And he goes, well, I sent in a surrender already. She goes, yeah, I know, we see that. I see that, but over here, it's still not surrendered. So he goes, well, how can I get rid of that? So she went over and got the DL 174 form, filled it out for him and signed off on it. And that was a wrap. I was like, what? He goes, yeah, there's a private side and a public side. I'm like, you're kidding. He goes, no. I'm like, well, I got to go check this out. So I previously had an account, and I'm sure you do too, with the DPS for their portal, where you log in and your credentials use your Texas driver's license number. So this past December, Jesse and I drove to Austin, take care of some business with some of the different agencies up there. And we went to the DPS headquarters, which is like this huge compound. And I went in and did this and did the public side, and deliberately asked for a supervisor and had the supervisor verify that the counter attendant had made sure that both accounts, the private and the public, were no longer in their database. And they assured me that. And I was like, okay, cool. So last month, somebody, Ann, wanted me to look something up through the DPS portal. So I got on there and tried to log on, put my driver's license number in there. Boom. Nope, no access. So that told me that it pulled my driver's license number out of their system.
Good.
In an inadvertent way. Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
I keep one because if I travel overseas, you pretty well have to have one if you want to rent a car.
Yeah, I have a tribal ID. I'm going, we're working on something that will be able to, I believe, issue driver's licenses or traveling documentation or privileges or however that's going to be worded.
I know
So
there, like here, there's people here that rent vehicles with the Republic of Texas identification card. But so if it got to the point that it could be used even overseas, then I certainly get rid of it. That's the only reason I keep it. It's the only reason I ever bring it out.
Because I have a tribal ID because I'm an indigenous American Indian. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's something we're gonna have to cross when we get to it. Let's see. How would you advise to organize paperwork for these accounts? What are the core documents that I should request or even go into during business hours and ask to see? She's asking this in context of her previous question. How can I demand a full accounting of a CPS case that has been dismissed with successful reunification? They, the attorney, refuse to give the record and won't provide an accounting either. And followed up with, how would you advise to organize paperwork for these accounts? What are the core documents that I should request or even go into during business hours and ask to see? You have anything on that, Glenn?
I've heard that that 1040 sandwich is supposed to take care of that.
The W4 sandwich?
The W4 sandwich, yeah, I meant that.
God bless the W4 sandwich movement. I have yet to have anybody show me proof of concept, proof of success, and have them do it twice. I've done the W4 package, and I did anything and everything that I could think to throw at them. My rent, utility bills, a private administrative process that's been effectuated all the way to public notice in the paper, and everything in between, credit cards, health insurance, you name it. I did it. Nothing. And that was probably going on 6 months now. So I don't know how that works. I can tell you from my own experience dealing with CPS, my daughter's mom, while I was incarcerated, apparently applied for SNAP or some type of benefit through the state. So the Texas Attorney General came after me, served me papers. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, and I'm looking at all this litigation I already have. And I'm thinking, oh man, these guys are relentless with this child support. And I don't know anybody who's ever beat them. And when you're in prison, you're incarcerated, and they go after you, you're not going to be able to appear in court and defend yourself. If you have the money to hire an attorney to go defend your position, well, great. But most likely, they're going to hold the hearing without you present, and they are going to steamroll you. So when I was doing litigation for other people's writ writer, they would come up to me and say, hey, Floyd, I just got served these child support papers. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, what do you want? Like, man, I want to get back there and go to court because, I owe like $60,000 in back child support, and I don't want to get slammed dunk. I was like, well, in my own experience, I've never gotten anybody back to court, but I can do a writ habeas corpus ad testandum, which is basically a habeas corpus for a bench warrant to get taken back into court. And I said, I'll try to get back coffin for it, but you're probably not going to get anything. And I'll see you back here, in 6 to 12 months, and you're going to be whining about how they fucked you over. And sure enough, that was, every case. So I had nothing to lose. I didn't want to litigate it. I didn't want to fight them because I was already fighting them on 6 other RICO and civil rights complaints, as well as fighting 2 of my own personal criminal convictions. And then doing legal work for other people. So I was just overwhelmed. I was like, man, I'm reading all this stuff, and I'd read Judge Dale's statement where when you get served a lawsuit, just write on the front of it in big red magic marker, I do not consent to these proceedings. I do not accept your offered contract. You do your byline, sign your name without prejudice, UCC 1-308, date it, make copies for all parties and send it back to them. And I did that, and they sent me a reset form telling me I had to be back in court in like 45 days. So I did the same thing, wrote it again on big red magic marker, made copies, sent it back to all parties. And I did this roughly 6 to 8 times. I can't tell you exactly how many. And this was in Collin County, Texas. And disappeared. I've never heard another word.
I would be inclined to challenge standing.
Yeah, well, that worked. I mean, you know, it's just something I read, something I did, had nothing to lose. I'll try it out, checked it out, and it worked. I just did the same process with a parking ticket that they wanted to contract with my trust property. And I sent them a nice little letter telling them that the trustee doesn't want to contract with them with the trust assets. And haven't heard anything back, and also wrote on the contract that they tried to adhere to my trust assets that I refused to contract and didn't consent to these proceedings. So I haven't heard anything back on that. That's been about a month. It's not that I haven't figured to how to get off parole yet. I've been thrown a lot of different processes. I've done the 1099A, I've W4'd it. I've done a rescission of signature, did the notice from demand. Of course, I did the writ habeas corpus, but you know, I've covered that. The staff attorney for the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals dismissed it because I was complaining because my sentencing judge, who's the presiding judge, refused to conduct an evidentiary hearing to determine whether or not I had received ineffective assistance of counsel during trial. So they don't play like that. Can Glenn explain challenge standing one more?
Sure.
I'm gonna pee and I'll be right back.
Under Rundle versus Delaware, the Supreme Court said that no corporation, he says that, but it says, let me find it, I'll read it to you. Says, my opinion is, and long has been, that the mayor and aldermen of a city corporation, or the president and directors of a bank, or the president and directors of a railroad company, and other similar corporations are the true parties that sue and are sued as trustees and representatives of the constantly changing stockholders. A corporation, therefore, being not a natural person, but a mere creature of the mind, invisible and intangible, cannot be a citizen of a state or the United States, and cannot fall within the terms of the power of the above mentioned article, and can therefore neither plead nor be impleaded in the courts of the United States. And he went and showed this Rundle versus Delaware and Raritan Canal Company, 1852. So I sent him, it's a one-pager, and I tell him that no corporation has standing to say anything about me, and I'll give you 15 days to prove you do have standing. And then after 15 days, I sent another letter, and you failed to respond. You failed to prove standing, and so therefore you don't have standing, and you're nothing but thieves and pirates. And oh, I'll give you another 5 days if you can come up with something showing that you have standing. And then after 5 days, I sent them, this is final notice. You've acquiesced in this matter, and you failed to prove standing, and so therefore you don't have standing, and you're nothing but a bunch of thieves and pirates, and then the case disappears.
There you go. Wow. Yeah, I'm up for anything. Appreciate all that info. Glenn, I'm Alvarado. I'd like to meet up with you someday. Captain Switch says, did you authenticate your birth certificate and put yourself in a trust? I have double authenticated my certificate of live birth. I have not yet. Well, yeah, I did put it in my trust.
I haven't done either of those. I tell them I have an affidavit with the statement of original status that I tell them that it's impossible for me to be a U.S. citizen because I wasn't born or naturalized. And so I was born in Canada. That's hearsay. And so the hearsay I was born in Canada, and I have no firsthand knowledge of that, but I do remember walking to school when it was 69 below in Peace River, about 600 miles north of the Montana border, and I do remember finishing high school in 1975 in Raymond, and so it's I wasn't naturalized because I didn't take an oath of allegiance with the Attorney General, but I did claim it through the U.S. Secretary of State, the U.S. Embassy in Calgary, because my mother's from Oklahoma, and so by right of blood. And then I have a pedigree chart that I show them at the very end that shows all of my ancestors, and I've got lots of ancestors who were here prior to the War of Independence. And so, and there's maxims of law that say that no civil law can violate right of blood. And there's other maxims of law that say that that which is created can never be greater than that which created it. And so I have right of blood, and it's impossible for me to be a U.S. citizen because I wasn't born or naturalized.
Wow, that's a neat little chain of custody you've established there. Very simple. I hope y'all caught that, how he did that. And you guys can do this if you're part of any of the genealogy websites out there. Y'all can put my full name in and y'all can look at my genealogical history, because, you know, I'm a thing simply because of my my surname, which obviously comes from Tarvin, England. The brothers Richard and William Tarvin came over from Tarvin, England, established themselves in Alabama, commingled with the Muskogee Creek Nation. And my seventh great uncle is Chief Red Cloud. My sixth great uncle is Alexander, well, he's General Alexander McGilvery, and that was an honorary appointment by President George Washington. And he was the lead negotiator and lead signatory for the Treaty of New York of 1781, I believe it is. So, yes, I understand the bloodline and the genealogy and ancestry that you need to establish yourself, that you were here before everything. And if you can do that, you know, I think that's indisputable.
Well, and there's actually, I've got a YouTube video where there's a guy by the name of Al Barcroft, and he's talking about the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act, and and it's an audio recording that I put up on YouTube. But he says, and I would never tell anybody to lie on an affidavit, but he says that if you don't have it by right of blood, then there's nothing stopping you from making it up. I mean, think about it. If someone's going to call you a liar, they have to have firsthand knowledge and to call you a liar. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
so you know, I wouldn't recommend somebody lie on an affidavit, but you got to understand, these people are nothing but thieves and pirates. You're just trying to free yourself is what you're trying to do. And so, you know, but everybody has to decide what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. But that is one way of doing it that makes it very difficult. If you can show that you're one of the posterity found in the preamble, then that puts them in a very difficult position.
Right. Absolutely. One more question. Any recommendation of what you would do if they have taken, towed your property? So obviously you're talking about a vehicle.
Well, you know, first of all, if you don't get it out of there, they're going to start dinging up the tow charges and all that stuff. So I'd get it out of there, but then I'd use it as evidence to file criminal complaints against them. And some of the criminal, they're satanic. Okay, they're forcing you to use that fake money. Okay, because Federal Reserve notes are fake money, and they cannot accept gold or silver coin. That's another thing I go after these judges for. And if they think they want a fine or something like that, they're satanic. That's all Satanism. They're perjuring their oath of office. They cannot accept gold or silver coin. They have to have, matter of fact, if you read their codes, it'll say cash or its equivalent. And so that's Federal Reserve notes. Those are bills of credit, bills of United States credit drawn on the Federal Reserve Bank. And so they're nothing but they're Satanists. They're assaulting you with their fake money and their fake Sesticate trust, and their fake, everything is fake. It's an illusion. And they're satanic person, and they're necromancers. They're bringing the dead to life. I mean, there's just all sorts of, and at common law, what does it say in the Bible? They're selling you into slavery. They're forcing you to work for nothing to pay that fine. And so that's selling you into slavery. You read 18 U.S.C. 1581, I think, involuntary servitude. It says in there for any period of time. So if I have to be a slave for 15 minutes to pay for this fine, then that's involuntary servitude. And so again, I filed multiple criminal complaints against them. And, you know, and then when they do want me to sign something, I just print without prejudice there, which means there's no contract. And now they don't want to talk to me. I just don't understand why. So I don't even try and educate them. I file criminal complaints and let the FBI go over there and educate them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be tons of people who would love to have that same authority and ability that you currently possess, but you didn't get this overnight. You didn't get it last week, last month, last year. It has literally taken Glenn decades. Okay. You started this in 76, you said?
Yeah, but actually, you know, when they put me in their jail a couple times, and that just pissed me off. And actually, I use Randy Kelton's material, a lot of Randy Kelton's material, but you got to understand that's ruleoflawradio.com. That's strictly statutory, okay? And he's right on the money when it comes to the statutes. And so, but what I do is I use his stuff, but he doesn't use any of the stuff about the Satanism or anything, but that's what they're doing. And this is literally a war of good versus evil. And so I assault them. I call them Satanists. I've had a friend of mine that was in court in downtown Fort Worth, and he told the judge, he said, you're nothing but a Baal priest. You're a Satanist. And the judge agreed with him. And they're all Satanists, and they're just nothing but a bunch of thieves and pirates. And so I just dump on them. And the more I can dump on them, the better. But so most of that stuff about the statutes, like I said, when they have you in their hotel, that gets you focused. And so that's when I basically spend most of my time, you know, doing these criminal complaints, but it's because that you know, they got me focused. And so I lay awake at night coming up with ways of breaking it off in their ass. And there's nothing better. I love going after the lawyers and the judges. And so I filed judicial bar grievances against the lawyers and judicial complaints against the judges. And I don't have any compassion for them. They're supposed to know the law. They're deemed to know the law. And so they're the best ones to go after. Randy Kelton's 100% correct. They're the low-hanging fruit. And so they're the ones that are supposed to know the law. And so I don't have any compassion for them. I just break it off in their ass.
And you can see Glenn is very blunt because he's dealt with this just over and over and over. And it they become very intractable and abrasive and abusive when we come at them like this. So he's not playing. He's coming at him with the sledgehammer.
I get the FBI to go over and talk to them. I can't tell you how many times people get removed. Matter of fact, I'm working on some judges. I want to get judges removed. That'll be a really home run. If I go on the State Commission on Judicial Conduct and I see a judge that I filed a judicial complaint against, and he's all of a sudden had to have some training, or because they'll tell you which judges they prosecute. Some of them they prosecute, and so I just the State Commission on Judicial Conduct, I have sent dozens of complaints, and matter of fact, they went and sent me 25 responses, and they were all the same, and they sent them all on the same day. And so I just filed a criminal complaint against every one of them, and I sent them all to Donald Trump.
Okay, let me ask you this. I've experienced it. I guarantee you've done it too. These administrative judicial region judges, they have so much fucking power and authority. It is sickening, because what they do is when these judges, for whatever reason, get voted out of office, whether they've been doing some bad adjudicating from the bench, letting people out on bond, screwing up trials, whatever that looks like, they can be appointed to a permanent position at a court that has been set up, but yet hasn't gone to the electoral cycle to be fulfilled yet. Or if a presiding judge has to try a case and to keep his docket running, they'll bring in a visiting judge who's appointed by this administrative regional judge. So if it's a Republican, guess what they play? They play the political party card. And this is why I don't like political parties. I don't like any of that. And that's why they play favorites. So there are judges right now sitting on courts that have been appointed, that are there tentatively until they have an election, by the administrative region judge. They weren't elected by the populace, the citizenry, the registered voters. These were appointed by some official that are virtually immune from anything. So have you had any experience with your administrative regional judge up there in the DFW area?
Well, I can tell you that there's one in Dallas and there's a different one in Fort Worth. And the one in Dallas, I can't remember what exactly happened, but I think he put me down as leave this guy alone in their system. I've never had any trouble with the Dallas cops, with anybody over in Dallas County. And the one in Fort Worth, he didn't. And matter of fact, the one in Fort Worth, I don't think I sent him one of my notice and demands. And so I recently did send him a notice and demand, and I've been filing criminal judicial complaints against him. And the whole purpose of the notice and demand is to set him up. And so that's the whole purpose is you got to go on the attack and let them know in no uncertain terms that they look at you wrong, you're going to break it off in their ass. And that's what I do with the notice and demand, is I explain the law to them. I'm very polite in that one. Okay. And at the very end, it says you're now put into estoppel. And oh, by the way, if you need me to come, I have a quote from Posse Comitatus, and everybody under Posse Comitatus, everybody over the age of 13 is on the posse. And I tell them that if you need me to come to your aid in carrying out your lawful duty, I'll be there for you anytime or any place. And so I'm very polite. I explain the law to them, and I tell them the way it is, and I put them into estoppel. And then if they look at me wrong, I break it off in their ass. So But before you do that, they can claim good faith, and that's under Texas codes. And so that's all part of martial law. That's actually in the Libra code too. And so they can go ahead and do it until you tell them otherwise, and they can't claim good faith. And under the Libra code, it even says in section 44 of the Libra code, it says that a soldier that's pillaging and raping, if he's told to stop and he doesn't, then his superior officer can shoot him dead on the spot. And that says it right in the Libra code. So that's telling them they can claim good faith until you tell them, no, don't do it. Leave me alone. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
And it's in their codes too. It's all martial law. And so I set them up, and the thing is that Texas is kind of Arizona, Texas is, there's no treaty of peace with Texas. There was under the Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilians in the time of war of 1949, there are certain protections that you're entitled to in there. And technically, I'm not sure. I'm still a little bit fuzzy on whether we get them in Texas. I presume that I get them. I'm looking into it. But under the Geneva Convention, it says that both parties to the armed conflict have to be sign on to the convention. Well, Texas didn't sign on to the convention, neither did the Confederacy. There's been no treaty of peace. Whereas Arizona, the war with Mexico resulted in Arizona and half of New Mexico, and Arizona, Mexico is a signatory to the definitive treaty of peace, and so is the United States. So Arizona, and so the courts are a little bit different in Arizona, and I think it's because of that. And so under the Geneva Convention, the rights protected are mandatory. They have to give them to you, and they might be able to get their hired thug off the hook, but the corporation's still responsible. And what else? The rights cannot be given up. You cannot volunteer to give them up. And so that's under the Geneva Convention. And so like in Arizona, a good example is I filed a lawsuit over property taxes, and it went to I filed it in state court, and they removed it into federal court. Federal court dismissed it. I appealed it, went to the Ninth Circuit, and that got dismissed too. But they never, ever contacted me again about property taxes. And so I got what I wanted out of it. You see,
right? Yeah. And people may not have caught what the adjudication was, and that it was dismissed and not denied.
Right.
Major difference.
Yeah. And so in Texas, and I rail on these judges all the time, the judges in Texas are a little bit different, and the federal judges. And I just that's why I've got a case going on in Dallas right now. That's a war crimes complaint. And I call it a war crimes complaint, and on the footer of every page, war crimes complaint, page 1. And I'm charging them with violations of the Geneva Convention and of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights was ratified by Congress as Treaty 95-20, and there's protections in there that are, so it's supreme law of the land, and there's protections in there. In other words, when you've been unlawfully arrested, they have to make sure you get a remedy. And so that's why I'm going after them. And under the Geneva Convention, they cannot use their codes, rules, and regulations to deny you justice. Okay, and so I refuse to pay their filing fee. I never ever pay a filing fee, and so they're refusing to let the case proceed until I pay the filing fee. And so I file war crimes complaints against the judges, and so there's a magistrate judge or a regular judge, a chief judge of the Northern District. There's also a chief judge of the Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, and then there's Samuel Alito, and then there's John Roberts, and they all get criminal complaints. for war crimes, for violating my rights under the color of law, because the Northern District is doing what the Fifth Circuit tells them to do, and the Fifth Circuit's doing what Samuel Alito tells them to do. And John Roberts is the chief judge of the U.S. District, or the District Court of the Supreme Court of the District of Columbia under the D.C. Code. And so John Roberts is the ringleader, and so they're all doing what he's telling them to do. And so I file involuntary servitude, criminal complaints, attempted murder. They intend that their low intelligence grade for low intelligence thugs murder me, so they can pillage the Roman Cult Sestake Trust account. So that's one thing I do is I'm suing the Roman Cult Sestake Trust, because what they're doing is they're assaulting me so they can pillage that account. And so I sue the Roman Cult Sestake Trust too. And I'm a man, and so that all block capital letters entity is being sued. That's the last respondent wrongdoer. It's a wrongdoer in that case. Anyways, they showed an interest in it, eh? but they want that filing fee. I'm not going to pay them that damn filing fee. I'm not. That's perjury of oath. That's Satanism. You know, don't get me going. I just dump on them, and I just file dozens of criminal complaints into that case. And every once in a while, I'll update the lawsuit. And so they have a duty to make sure that it gets resolved. And so, you know, I don't really care. I'm not going to follow their rules. I tell them, I'm not following your rules. You can't use your rules to deny me justice. So I'm not following your rules. I'm not affecting service. I'm not paying your filing fee. I'm not doing none of that stuff. And I just dump on them.
That's highly unusual in your jurisdiction up there in the Fort Worth area, because I know the clerks are assholes, courts, sheriff, everybody.
Yeah, I think that, well, I called it a war crimes complaint, and that's clearly federal jurisdiction. I think that's why they took an interest in it.
Right. Huh.
And it is a war crimes complaint. They're all involved in war crimes. It's all war crimes. Everything's war crimes.
Yeah, because we're under the War Powers Act.
Yeah. Well, everything, every time you turn around, they're saying, oh, there's a war on terror, a war on this, or a war on that.
Right.
They do that there's a reason for that.
Yep. There is definitely a reason for that. Definitely. Well, a lot of people jumped on this. Let's give them your contact information again. Go over any advice you'd like to give anybody about getting started or moving forward, or, you know, anything like that. In closing, we wrap this up.
My website is sovereigntyinternational.fyi. I have on the front page, I've got links to a page. The second page is links to my YouTube videos organized by topics. I've got a YouTube channel called Sovereign Living. I'm moving. All the new ones are going to be on Rumble, and that one's called Sovereignty International on Rumble. There's my website, and so you can contact me through my website. I would say that if you're interested, well, you don't want to be a U.S. citizen. A U.S. citizen's a slave. It's a piece of property. It's a corporation. U.S. citizen doesn't have any rights. That's why they try and assault you with that. And so you want to be a state national. And really all you need to do to be a state national is say the words. And quit using that social security number, quit giving out a date of birth. They can look it up with the date of birth. So I tell them I have no firsthand knowledge of a date of birth, but I do remember finishing high school in 1975. And so I'm well past the age of majority. I'm old enough to make a contract. And so what I would suggest is be patient with yourself. It's a journey. You know, it's taken me 30 years to learn all this stuff. Nobody learns it overnight. And so take your time, plan your attack, and it's a journey. It's not an event. Nobody wakes up with this stuff. It's a whole new way of looking at things. The matrix is real. If you go to my YouTube channel, it shows on the front page of my YouTube channel, it's the matrix. The matrix is real. Everything's an illusion. And so you have to take yourself out of it. And you consider it like you got a bunch of fish hooks in you. This is one of the first things, when I first learned about this, a guy that I don't even know if he's alive anymore, but he told me this. He said that the way you look at it is like there's a bunch of fish hooks in you, and you just take them out one at a time. And pretty soon you'll find out that you're freer and freer and can do more and more things. And they just have all these things that they view to be contracts, and just quit participating. That's all you can really do, is quit participating. And we, the people, all of these codes, rules, and regulations apply to U.S. citizens, the slaves, and none of them apply to state nationals. And we, the people, the state nationals, are literally kings and queens. And we have abdicated our responsibilities by becoming caught up in these contracts. They're contracts with the devil. They're literally satanic. These people are Satanists. They're liars. They're thieves. They're murderers. They're just everything that's despicable. And so you have to understand that and quit participating, and quit participating in their Satanism. It's literally a war of good versus evil.
Absolutely. Very, very well said, man. I couldn't have put it any better. Thank you very much. You have my contact information. I sent you my cell phone number. You can reach out to me at any time. You are a wealth of knowledge, just a historical blessing, because just your knowledge and your experience going back decades. I'd like to pull you into our little private community of the movers and shakers in this movement, going forward for what we are trying to do. Remember the private text I sent you about an hour and a half ago?
I'm looking at, did you send it on Telegram?
I did.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. Yeah, don't say anything about it, but that's where we're at. I have to vet the paperwork. And that's in another state. So I have to probably physically go there to look at it. But that's it in a very small nutshell.
Okay, well, I'll respond on Telegram.
Oh, yeah. We can correspond there. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
When I was Speaker of the House of Representatives for the Republic of Texas, I had people that were coming up to me wanting to start up militia and stuff like that. And I flat out told them that we're not going to go to war with the United States. And that's a losing alternative. And actually, if we know the law, then it's like oil and water. It's a friend of mine that when I first learned this, he called it the quiet displacement of equity. And so when you know the law displaces equity. They're equity, we're law. And so when you know the law, then it's like they don't know you exist. You disappear from their system. And that's the proper way that it should be done. And there's David Strait even talks about that, where he went to China and they recognized in their computer system that he's a state national, and they were wanting to carry his bags for him and just do all sorts of stuff for him because he's not one of the slaves. And so you have to understand that if you establish yourself properly, then you're the king, and they respect you, and they'll do things for you, and you're not involved in any of their contracts. You're not one of the slaves.
Right. Especially if you send them notification to, like, if you're going to a foreign country and you send it to their embassy and give them notification that, the king and queen are coming, the royal family.
I've actually heard of people doing that, where they would send a letter to the embassy and they'll say, this is my itinerary. I'm going to be arriving in Moscow on this day and I'll be there until this day and then I'll be leaving on this flight. And please send a letter acknowledging that. And then the embassy would send you a letter and that's an invitation. And so then you don't need a visa. You don't need a passport. You just present that letter when you go to customs and no problem, just welcome and glad to have you here. And whereas otherwise you'd have to get a visa, you'd have to jump through all sorts of hoops and you don't have to mess with any of that.
Yeah. And I've even, I don't know how true it is, hearsay, but I've heard they'll even have sometimes emissaries there to meet you at whatever facility, whatever port you enter.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. To welcome you to, yeah. Just like the old, days of kings and queens and royalty.
That's
Same
right.
thing.
That is hearsay though. I haven't done it.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's our next move. Are you familiar with James C. Lovett?
No.
Okay. James, are you familiar with the copper moonshine steel passport process?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Glenn and the Colonel, who effectuated that process, are really good friends. James has taken his process and really dove into it and amped it up and made it a whole lot better. He and I are going to resubmit for our passport and passport card. And today was picture day for me. So I went and got my pictures taken.
Wow.
Yeah, let me take off my background.
I see the headdress.
Uh-huh. There you go.
Right. Nice.
Yeah. So that's all I've been waiting on is to get my headdress. I got it last week. I went and took my picture right before I got on here. And now I'm ready to get my tribal ID redone as well as my passport book and card. And
all right. Excellent.
yeah, I'm real excited. I'm just excited. I'm Glenn. I just can't tell you how excited I am. It's incredible the things that are coming into my life. And I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for answering my Telegram text and coming on the show. You're a blessing just to each and every person that's going to watch this video in the future and the ones who have watched it today. Glenn is a treasure in this movement. He's one of the OGs. He's a big time player. And you really don't hear about him because he doesn't put himself out there like most of the people do. He is on YouTube. He does have a website. If you guys need his assistance, please reach out to him and ask, and please do it respectfully. We are all slammed. Our time is precious. Our energy is even more precious. So Glenn, thank you for coming on, man. I really appreciate it. I'd like to have you on again periodically, or you want to do something more steady, that's fine too. You want to come on once a week, once a month, twice a week, I don't care. My whole goal here is to educate as many people as I can, save people the pitfalls and the fallacies of some of these different processes that are out there, so they don't have to waste their time, energy, and money and get hemmed up by the corporate government. What's up, Brian?
You said you had something to talk to me about.
Oh, I did. Hang on. Let me call you back. I'm finishing up the show.
Oh, okay.
I'll be happy to come on again. I think it's a networking thing. Next time, send me an email or a link or an invitation or something that I can circulate, because I've got hundreds, thousands of people that I could send out emails to and let them know. And so it'll probably get some more people on here. And,
right. I will. And the reason I didn't do it is because I was tied up this weekend with the event in Plano. That's the only reason. And then I spent Sunday with my daughter and I haven't seen her in over a year. So she's going to grad school. She's getting her PhD and I'm very, very, very proud of her. So I try to leave her alone so she can study.
I understand that. Next time you're up in DFW area, let me know. We can meet for lunch or something.
I will be up there very shortly. Yes, sir. Yes, I'm coming back up there.
All right.
I would say probably in 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, well, let me know and we'll meet for lunch or something.
Absolutely. And if you get a chance to, and I don't know if you ever visit the Sky Pony Gallery in Plano. It's at the Willow Bend Mall, I believe it's called.
Oh, I've been to that mall once.
Okay, well, if you get a chance to go in the Sky Pony Gallery, the owners are Doug and Kiki, and they are awesome. There are people. Awesome.
Okay.
Go in, yeah, get a chance, go in there, have an awesome gallery, awesome atmosphere. It's so peaceful and tranquil in there. And you kick it with Doug, Kiki, they're the main artists for the gallery. It's huge, full open bar. You go up, get you a drink, coffee, juice, whatever. Enjoy yourself. So if you get a chance, get in there, meet those people. I will be having events at their facility. So when I do establish some events, you are one of the people I would love to have on a panel to come speak.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm open.
absolutely. So next time we'll get something set up. It probably won't be next week, but maybe the following week. I don't know. I have a bunch of people coming on that I haven't even scheduled yet, and I need Jesse to help me do that. So I'll reach back out to you within the next week to 10 days, and we'll get something pre-scheduled and
Okay.
Get some publicity and ad materials that you can send out to all your followers. Awesome.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Glenn. I appreciate you being here.
All right. Take care.
I'll see you. Yes. Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right, kids. That was the legend. Okay. The legend. Glenn Winningham of the House of Fearn. I cannot tell you guys how insane that segment was for me to be able to talk to somebody who is still continued to this day interacting with somebody that I was in prison with, that I know that that gave me a document. Remember I told you everybody was giving me all this material? Boom, there it is. That's how I got the Dun & Bradstreet background business report for the judiciary courts of the state of Texas, which shows they are for-profit corporations and that they are a subsidiary of the state of Texas, Inc., which is also a for-profit corporation. Y'all can obtain that from the Liberty County Clerk's Office in the state of Texas. That's Liberty County. Hope was the name of my deputy county clerk. It's a very small county, so you can probably call and get that. So that's where I got that from. I know it's crazy. I told you, I keep telling you, man, everything is coming full circle. This is, there are no coincidences, and everything that's happening to me in my life is some type of divine intervention. I can't explain it. It's crazy. And every time I say that, it just like brings tears to my eyes. So I'm very, 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 very excited. This is probably one of the most excitable times of my life, just because of the knowledge that I have, and some of it I can share, some of it I can't share. So please, guys, man, just hang in there, be patient. Like the video, okay? And the reason I ask you guys to like the video, I don't care if you like me, I don't care if you like my name, my show, my guest, my host, my topics, whatever. It's for algorithms. It's so you get so when your recommended videos pop up, you will get similar and like videos. So all the stuff that I watch, I subscribe to, and the topics and all the tags that I put in these videos, it's going to correlate. It's an algorithm. It's not me. It's YouTube, Google. So that's why I ask you to like, okay? Subscribe to my channel so you can look at all my channels. Hit the notification bell so when I put out new videos, because I'm going to do one right after this. Hit that notification bell. Leave a comment below. Everybody's information that I had on today. Arica, I want to thank you again for coming on. America's mom, you're a great, beautiful person, inside and out. So hard to find these people. And again, the legendary, infamous, there's a new sheriff in town in DFW, and Glenn Winningham from the House of Fearn. Thank you again, sir. Please come back again. I can't wait to have you. Arica will be on next Tuesday, 2:00, with continuation of her channel. We are probably going to get with her in the next couple of days, and we'll give her a name for her channel and give her her own platform, because that's what I want to do. Okay. I want health, medical, protect your children, how to deal with these different officials, how to get private, trying to bring all these people, all these different subjects. So all you guys can, can learn this stuff, then know that, okay, well, I knew this was happening, but I had no idea all that was going on over there, because it's going on over there. Believe me, and it's something that everybody needs to know about. Thank God he made me do this show. That's all I can say. Something kept telling me, you need to do a YouTube, you need to do a YouTube. And I had no idea how to do a YouTube. I didn't have a microphone. I didn't have a camera. So I went and bought me a microphone, plugged in my laptop, got on YouTube, and here I am. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you all my subscribers, my viewers, all my people on Telegram. There is just one of me, and I do the best I can with what tools I have available to me. I have a caller, a viewer who is stuck in North Carolina, needs some assistance. And I told them I would put them on the phone. Apparently they are homeless, and they are in a vulnerable position, living in their truck. They need a place to go, help, assistance, shelter. Good. Yeah, Glenn, if you're still watching, absolutely. I know. So I'm going to put you on the inside circle on these Zooms so you can get the scuttlebutt straight from the horse's mouth immediately. So anyway, I'll just read what she's asking for. Please network me with someone who could help me find a small place to live or a park, or could park my truck in a safe place, temporary, please. I'm in North Carolina by Nashville. Thank you. Nashville's in Tennessee. So apparently she's right outside of Nashville. I don't know if she's in, she said she's in North Carolina. So I'm going to give her a call, allow her to state her case for assistance. If somebody out there can provide her with any assistance, that'd be more than wonderful. You know, like I said, guys, I try to help out everybody I can in every situation. There's only one of me. I'm limited on my time. So I'm going to give her 5 minutes to make her case. And then I have to shut this down and move on. So let me see if I can call her. For some reason, this is not wanting to call. There she is. Hello, Samantha.
Yes. How do you do, sir? Thank you so much for calling me back.
Yeah, you're all.
It's on the YouTube until almost now.
Okay, hang on. You're live on YouTube right now. So hang on. So slowly and concisely and clearly as you can speak, because I know you have an accent. So yeah, so try to slowly tell your story. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Give your name, your contact information, how somebody can contact you to assist you. So it is 5:49. I'm going to give you till 5:55. I'm going to go get some coffee. The floor is yours, Samantha. You're welcome.
Today, my name is Jane Yopis. I am homeless. I'm living in my truck with my dog. When I got diagnosed back in 2019 with breast cancer, I lost it all, people. So don't get sick, you lose it all. And the only thing that I was able to salvage was the 1991 Ford F-150 that I have right now, that I live in, that has a on the roof. And when it rains, it leaks inside. I had my surgery and I did not went through chemo because I got canceled from chemo with everything once the pandemic started back in March 24th, 2020. I've been living behind churches ever since. I'm in North Carolina. I came down here to go to Duke Cancer Center, which was the place that canceled me for absolutely all kinds of treatments and everything. I stopped calling last year. I wasn't able to get a hold of the nurse that I knew or my oncologist either. And I've been having a very rough time. I'm with disability, and nothing parked that is safe.
Calm down.
This is not safe.
Calm down. Calm down.
I'm just hoping
I know.
this is okay.
I know. Just calm down. Nobody can understand you when you're upset. That's what I'm trying to do, is keep you calm to tell your story and ask for assistance so everybody can understand you and they can come to your rescue. Because when you're upset and you're talking like that, nobody understands what you're trying to do. Okay.
So what I'm trying to do is ask for help. Maybe finding a very small house somewhere that I can cost out, because I'm on disability also, and for a safe place to park. I am in Nashville County, North Carolina, and I can drive to wherever. I mean, travel. I'm sorry. I can travel to wherever. My number is 305-240-7340. You can communicate with Mr. Floyd, please.
Yes.
I just need a little bit of help.
Okay. Right. I get it. You need a stepping stone. That's what you're looking for. You're not looking for a permanent slab. You're looking for a stepping stone. Her number is 305-240-7340. She is in Nashville County, Tennessee, North Carolina. Okay.
East.
Okay. Okay.
I just need just a little bit of help, people.
Right. You know, she's not asking for much. You know, if you have some farmland, ranch land, you know, extra acreage that can really, you know, assist her with what she needs. Pardon me?
The truck gets bigger. So what I have is 100 feet extension cord.
Okay, for electricity.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
this is so hard.
Yeah, hopefully somebody can help you out there, you know, give you that, you know, footing that you need so you can get back on your feet. I have a ton of people out here. This video is going to be watched many times. So it is almost 6 o'clock. So this is a 6-hour video as opposed to 5. So it's very lengthy. So for somebody to get to the very end of this video is, you know, I'm just going to say remote, simply for the fact that a lot of people don't watch 6-hour videos. That's why I'm looking for somebody to break these videos for me in segments per guest. That way it's more digestible to my audience. But I'm still going to do the live show continuously without breaks. I may break it up and just do segments per guest and just restart it over. I'll see how that looks, but I am looking for a voluntary editor to do that for me. And you said your name was Samantha, because that's what's coming up on my phone.
Yenny.
You spell it. Y-E-N-I. Oh, that's pretty. Where are you from? From Miami. Oh,
Country people from Cuba that have no family in the States, and I'm one of them.
Cubano. Yeah.
Locating any kind of help. Because
Yeah, I grew up with Cubanos, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Saudi Arabians, Egyptians. I had a very colorful childhood. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So is Houston. I just happen to live in such a poor set of apartments that the poorest of the poor live there. Okay. Samantha, well, I hope one of my viewers can reach out to me. You can reach me at the Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com. You can reach me on my Telegram group, the Fearless Floyd Show. I'm on every platform, the Fearless Floyd Show. Right. Yeah. I'm just talking to my audience. fearlessfloydshow.com. I have some trust classes come up. I'm going to go ahead and spend the next 4 minutes closing this out. Samantha, I want to thank you for calling in, especially just reaching out to me. You know, I feel honored that, you know, you have the faith in me that I may be able to help you. So if I can help anybody out, man, I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Yeah.
Just
Do what you can. You know, if you can only help her out and, you know, you say, okay, hey, look, man, I'm going to give you a week. That's a week. That's a week she needs. So whatever you guys can do, whatever that looks like. So, all right, Samantha, thank you for calling in. I'm wish you all the best and say a prayer for you.
yes, sir.
All right. All right, darling. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good night. All right, guys. And I get calls like that all the time. I get emails like that all the time, texts. I'm telling you, look, I'm trying to help everybody I can. I have other emails and texts and people that have sent me that are asking me for help and assistance. And like I said, there's only one of me, so I can only do so many things so fast. Okay, I need to close out this video. Like, subscribe, share, hit that notification bell, leave a comment below. The Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com, fearlessfloydshow.com. Across every freaking platform you can think of. Thanks for watching the show. This has been fabulous. I want to thank my guests again, Arica, Jesse, Glenn, Winningham, the House of Fearn. Boom, a legend. Guys, I'm bringing you all of it, everything I can, across all genres that benefit you so you can have a better, happier, prosperous life. Thank you very much for being here. Without you, I'm just nothing. I'm just a guy talking to myself in my portable dining room in front of some lights and a laptop. Not much has changed since I was in I know, I can laugh about it. Isn't that cool? Tomorrow, it's already hump day, kids. Eric Dingus will be here at 1 o'clock. 3 o'clock, I'll have Daryl Link and Charlie Danielson back on, who we discussed with our guest, Glenn Fearn. Can't wait to talk to Eric again. I was on Zoom with him last night, and that was fun. As always, I was on a Zoom with him Sunday, so Eric and I are in constant communication. And kids, if you got a hat, hold on to it, because the ride is fixing to get thrilling. All I can say, hang on to your hat. It's coming. Just that close. And with that, I'm going to bid you an adieu.